Good morning at Buffalo Park Cricket Ground, the home of the Eastern Cape Cricket. We just want to welcome you today in this commentary. I'm with Mr. Kengesi Mabusela, who is my uh, commentator for me, and today I think we're going to see a great game. Mr. Kengesi, what do you think?
Yeah, good morning to you, Tere, and everyone else listening in. Everyone else tuning in here on Pitch Vision. It's said to be a very enthralling game between these two teams, Tere. Teams that are neck and neck on the log. The Eastern Cape Iinyathi being on fourth place in the league, and the Mpumalanga Rhinos on third. The win here today for either team is going to set them up nicely for the final two games of the season.
Yes, and in the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, we've got the captain, Mr. Jerome Bosor. I think he'll be opening with Nathan Rue, Lisa Sizani batting 3, Jason Niemand 4, number 5, Mnadisi Malika, Deswell Strain, number 6, J.T. Clark 7, Alini Limsejo is in this game, and Chad Klassen, Apiwe Mnyana, and Nico Fansel. I think Mnyana did extremely well last game. I think it was on a Wednesday game, whereby he got lots of wickets then, and I think we're looking forward for these guys as well today. And we've got Tothman, Clips, Christopher, and Matt Fury, the 30th man.
Yeah, the umpires have just entered the field, so have the batters of the Mpumalanga Rhinos. It's worth noting that the Mpumalanga Rhinos won the toss and they elected to bowl first here today. Captain Jerome Boza letting his team out. The squad, or the team for today, for the Mpumalanga Rhinos, opening the batting is Zakir Katrada with Urius Neyman, Yasser Cook coming in at 3, Mohammed Mayet coming in at 4, Benjamin van Niekerk, Nonelela Yika, a border old boy, and then Herman Ross at number 7, Gareth Hughes at number 8, John Hendrickson at number 9, Akulile Mkatu number 10, and Temba Mauba at number 11. That's the starting 11 for the Mpumalanga Rhinos, a team that's been the surprise package of the log so far in this one-day cup, really finding themselves in what you would call an unfamiliar position for them. But it's good for the competition. It shows that each team is growing in strength season by season. As we see here that Nico Fansel is going to open the bowling for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi.
Indeed, Kengesi, official of the game today is Clement Gasela, and we've got Mr. Ivan van der Merwe, and Mandla Peter, probably the 30, and then Shandra, the match referee of the game. And once again, as you mentioned, we've got 1 or 2 border boys in the team, the Mpumalanga Rhinos, even the head coach, Mbasa Kadushe, and then Mayet, he's been at Sterling Primary with Mr. Rod Harris, who was the coach of the side, and Lela Yika. Nico Fansel starting from the Buffalo Park Drive end, and I think first ball on the money, and I think it's looking good. Weather is fine. It's nice and overcast. Got a little bit of a sun coming up now, but nice and overcast. I think the ball is going to do a lot here.
Yeah, the weather's played a huge part in the in the last week here in East London. It played an even bigger part in the last game that took place here between the Tuskers and Eastern Cape Iinyathi. It was a day that was cloudy. There's been a lot of rain in the days leading up to that game.
must see some swing there from Nico van Zyl. I think he's swinging both sides of the wicket. He was doing a nice away swing to the lefty and some in swing as well to the lefty as well. I think guys are looking good there. And Zakir Katsada.
Nice shape for Nico van Zyl on that ball today. Pretty regulation field for him. He's got 2 men out, both behind square. A third man in the fine leg. He's got 1 person in front of square on the leg side, which is Jerome Bozza at mid wicket, and then everyone else is on the offside.
This, he was setting him up nicely there. I think he just hit the ball towards backward point, and it was far from Jade. Jade, who tried to attempt a nice dive there, but it was far from him. But I think setting me up, he was bowling nicely into him, away from him, and then all of a sudden he bowled a nice one, whereby he just tried to hit it backward point. I think it's a good position as well, where you've got guys who are quick, like at mid wicket. We've got a guy like Jerome Bosser, who's an athlete. I think this guy played rugby. For Bora, I think he went up to Northerns, and he played lots of rugby there. I think he's been to KwaZulu-Natal, played lots of rugby. And cricket-wise, he's been here for Bora for all his life, playing at 13 up to the senior provincial team, and he's a nice athlete. I mean, the guy, I think he got a great nut as well this season to make sure that he's captaining the side.
Yeah, it's been a great evolution of Jerome Bozza for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. He was on the fringes in the first season of the professional system in 2021, and then he slowly made his way in through the 4-day game, made his mark there, stamped his authority in that top order, and now is finally here, being the captain of the team. As we see Chad Clarkson, who just steamed in for the first ball of the day, a relentless bowler is Chad Clarkson. You can see it in his run-up. He never gets tired, just gives it his all. It's a classic left-hand, right-hand combination at the top of the order for the Mpumalanga Rhinos, Dure.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Iinyathi, it's a nice challenge as well for the right-hand bowlers who've been going left and right combination. It's difficult for the right-handers, right-hand bowlers, to bowl to a left and right combination, because sometimes you have to adjust your length, and then you have to adjust your line as well. A left and right combination. It's not an easy one.
That's the first ball that's really come onto the bat for the Mpumalanga Rhinos, and Snyman there was glad to get on that front foot, but he wasn't really committed to it, because up until now there hadn't been a ball that was of a fuller length. Every ball that had been bowled up until then was back of the length. And they say a lot of things here at Buffalo Park, but the one thing they say the most: clips that off the legs, chance for 2 runs, but Jerome Bozza very quick The Eastern Cape Iinyathi skipper covers that ground from mid-wicket to backward square leg, keeps it down to 1. Snyman gets the second run of the match, also his second run.
As I mentioned, it is strategic to put someone there who's quick and who's an athlete. To make sure that the guys are running singles, not running twos, and especially he can have some chances of run-outs as well. And he's a good athlete, good man. Backward point position and mid-wicket position. Those are the positions whereby you always be in business.
Oh, nice shot. Just leant onto that ball. Chance for an easy 2. Bisects the gap between the player at backward point and an extra cover. Two very contrasting styles. Sorry, they iterate. Two very contrasting styles between the batters, or of the batters of the Mpumalanga Rhinos. You've got Snyman, who's a renowned hitter up the order, and then you've got a player like Zakia Katrada, who's more of a class player, a touch player. And I think we just saw a glimpse of that there.
Again, throw the covers. I think who's going to win the race to the boundary? The ball wins the race to the boundary. And Snyman got nice 4 runs. A nice cover drive through covers and point there. And the race was won by the ball there. I think once again, Kengesi, I was just thinking whilst the guy was running into ball, and I don't think the guys during the midweek game, guys hit the right areas, and that's why we had a big score, 226, if I'm not mistaken. I think today guys are just hitting the right areas and making sure that the pitch will do the talking there, and secondly, all those variations will play a great role today.
It's 8 after 2 overs. Nico van Zyl steaming in for his second over. Finding the right line and length once more, making Snyman uncomfortable with actually going for that ball. You could say that Nico van Zyl's, of the 2 Eastern Cape Iinyathi opening bowlers, is the one with a bit more control, perhaps a bit more swing. I think he's putting it on display here.
We see that Nico is asking some questions, putting a little bit widish and swinging the ball in a nice shape in and out, which is great. And I think that's a good a key for the bowlers, if you're up front, to be able to swing the ball in and out. I think 1 or 2 guys that will do a great job as well today. The young Nyanda, and probably 1 or 2 guys, Alindile.
Oh yes, Alindile Mhletywa, formerly of the Warriors and KZN Tuskers. He's making his debut here for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Very seasoned professional. Great asset to what you would like to think for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi.
Yeah.
Someone who can also contribute with the bat down there in the lower order. So a very big day for him. Chance to impress the head coach, Tumelo Budiba. He's been working with the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Oh, that's a great ball. Once more finds a good line, does Nico van Zyl, but Snyman, his patience being tested, and so far is passing. But more on Alindile Mhletywa. He's been with the Eastern Cape Iinyathi for a few months now, training with the team, making sure that he gets into the system seamlessly. And so far it looks like it's been working, because he looks fitter than ever.
Oopsie.
Oh, that's a brilliant shot. just leaned back. That ball wasn't even. It wasn't even too wide for him to play that shot. It wasn't wide enough for him to play that shot. But he managed to get it, execute that shot. No chance for Apu Mnyanda at mid-on. That's the power. Just the demonstration of the power of the man, Yuri's Neyman, dismissing that Nico van Zyl delivery for 4.
I think it was a little bit shortish, and he punched it nicely between.
Nico van Zyl perhaps trying to overcompensate there. Felt like he was a bit too close to the batter. Tried to find his line again. That's for first wide of the day.
Yeah, the length was fine, but I think the line was not great, and I think he was compensating the previous one, whereby he was like he bowled a little bit short. I mean, bowling short at Buffalo Park, you're gonna go to the boundary as quick as.
It's a good point that you're making there, Ture, about bowling short at Buffalo Park, because you know you're not supposed to be doing such things. Now, when you've got 2 bowlers, as we end the over, the score is 13 for no loss after 3 overs. Nico van Zyl 2 overs for 6 runs. Chad Claassen about to come in for his second one. His first over went for 7. As I was saying, at Buffalo Park, you know you're supposed to be pitching the ball up.
Yep.
You want to keep the batters going forward.
Yeah.
So, how huge of a role does it play when you have 2 bowlers who come from up north in the country, opening the bowling, and their understanding of the conditions here? Well, in the sense that we have Chad Claassen and Nico van Zyl, who come from Joburg and the Easterns. So those 2 bowlers are primarily used to fields or to pitches that have a lot of bounce in them, where generally you wouldn't want to pitch the ball up because it's easier for the batters.
Yeah.
How important is that in such circumstances?
I think he found his line now, and where he has to land the ball. It's a good point as well that you're mentioning. Up there in the high fault, most of the guys are pitching a little bit short, and it's doing a lot for them. I mean, you come to the coastal areas like EP, like BE, SWD, Cape Town, and East London, Durban as well. I mean, you have to change the length where you normally pitch the ball, whereby you have to hit the right areas a little bit fuller so that we can nick the guys off.
So what you're saying is the geography, it plays a huge part in how a bowler is supposed to be, in where a bowler is supposed to be pitching the ball in terms of length.
Yeah, indeed. With the high veld and the coastal pitches, you just have to adjust yourself. Make sure that you're hitting the right areas in the high veld. I mean, the pitch assisting you in that regard. But if you come here at the coastal areas, pitching a little bit fuller and making sure that you hit the right lines and right lengths, I'm telling you, you'll be in business this side. And I know some of the guys, they struggle big time. I mean, if you take a guy, you take a team from the, they have to adjust quickly. Take a guy, guys like Mpumalanga and Lepompo, you bring them to the coastal areas. They have to adjust quickly because of those conditions. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. He's gone. Neyman was cutting the ball. Jade, the clock just catch the ball nicely. Well done.
Zakir Katrada was trying to cut the ball there. Found the man, straight to the man at backward point. Jade de Klerk, perhaps the best fielder on the Eastern Cape Iinyathi team, diving away to his right. Chad Claassen finds the breakthrough for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. The score is 13 for 1.
Katrara got 6 rounds of 8 balls, and he was looking good. And all of a sudden, a little bit. Do you think it's a little bit short? That ball, Kingesi?
It was definitely there to be cut, Ray. It's just I feel as if
Execution.
the
Maybe?
execution was probably not where it was supposed to be because, or how it was supposed to be. Technically, I think that was the issue because it seemed to me like because when you're playing a cut, you generally want to have both your arms free. You don't want to have your back elbow tucked in. His back elbow was tucked in. Maybe that is a suggestion that the ball wasn't too wide. Then he played the ball backward of square instead of playing it in front of square.
That's true. But, once again, it's early in the innings, probably at the third over. Are you supposed to cut or are you supposed to let it go and then try and consolidate and what do you think? Because I mean, early in the third over, I mean you're trying things and hard shots, and there you are, Katrada gone.
Yasir Cook coming in at 3 for the Mpumalanga Rhinos, experienced player. As we end the 4th over, score is 13 for 1 after 4 overs. Chad Claassen the breakthrough. Chad Claassen the breakthrough for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Snyman is still in there on 6. No, I think, Terry, when it comes to that wicket, the player who was standing at short cover, which is Jason Niemand, he's playing a role in the eyesight of the batter because the batter generally wants to play that ball in front of the player at point. But that player, or that fielder, which is Jason Niemand, he played a role. He made the player want to cut the ball a bit finer.
Oh.
So far, Nico van Zyl has been able to trap Joris Snyman, keeping him in his crease. Not really sure if the ball's going to be pitched up or maybe back of the length. So he has been able to use his feet as well as he would have liked. And it's a great battle going on here between the opening bowler and the opening batsman. There's that other one that you spoke about, Ray. The one that Nico van Zyl manages to get into the batter. The left-hander was not expecting that.
Yes, and that one as well kept low, and it was swinging into the left-handed batter. I mean, Nico van Zyl has got 2 slips, backward point, covers, and mid-on. I mean, mid-off. So that's the offside thingy, and then the third man. Oopsie. And that one cut back as well. Again, Nico van Zyl testing this guy, Snyman, which is great. And Cook, I just want to tell you about Cook. I think last year Cook did make some big runs against us. I don't think this time around he will maybe try and do the same thing that he did last time.
It's a good dynamic for a player of say Cook's experience to be coming into. He just saw Nico van Zyl from the other end. He saw Nico van Zyl bowling the ball. Oh, well played off the legs, straight to the man at the boundary there on the leg side. Fine leg for 1 run. Cook is off the mark straight away. I was saying that it's a great dynamic for Yasir Cook to be watching Nico van Zyl bowl from the non-strikers end. He just saw him bowl a couple of balls coming in and a couple of balls going out, so he knows that the ball could go either way.
He's spot on. And what I was saying as well, you've seen Katrada cutting the balls. Straight to Jaded backward point. And I've seen Snyman as well doing the same thing. He just hit and miss. And I don't know how the guys are not learning. I think you have to learn quickly. You know that early in the innings, you cannot cut earlier. Your partner was out cutting.
Another wide ball from Nico van Zyl. Ball's just doing a bit too much for him, you might like to think. But he is still able to keep Snyman guessing. Because Snyman is never sure where the ball's going to be pitched. So his feet aren't moving as nicely as they would.
No, you're right, you see, and what happened is that it's difficult for the batter to leave some of those balls. Because some are cutting in, some are going away. So you keep on guessing because you don't know which one is going to come back, which one is going to go away. So it makes you to be alert all the time. And 16 for 1 in 5 overs, 16 for 1 in 5 overs. Sorry about that, James. Another
16 for 1 after 5 overs. Mpumalanga Rhinos are rate going at 3.2. 3 overs for Nico van Zyl, 2 for Chad Clarkson. Chad Clarkson, the sole wicket of the game so far. Yes, Zakir Katrada cutting the ball straight to the man at backward point, which is J. de Klerk. Took a fine catch. There seemed to be the batter there. It sounded like he hit the pitch or hit the ground more than he hit the ball. So I think the umpires made a good decision. The Eastern Cape Iinyathi, in all fairness, not really making a big fuss of it.
There's a little bit of a noise there, but I don't know where it came from. Maybe hitting the ground or something. But convincingly, the keeper didn't go as the bowler went. I know the bowler would want to go high and expecting the umpire to keep him out.
Yeah, for a bowler, it's always a wicket.
Yes,
it's always a wicket, whether it hits the inside of the thigh pad or it brushes off a player's back. It's always going to be a wicket for a bowler.
And what I observed to Chad Clarkson now, he comes closer to the batters now, and he comes a little bit straighter now, and one outside of stump, but which is good. And he changed his length, he changed his line as well, which is outside of stump, fourth stump. I think which is the right line to bowl at Buffalo Park. You see that? That's fourth stump, and which is a good length and a good line as well. And I think he adjusted quickly because earlier on he was bowling a little bit short and wide, and that's why the guys were tempted to cut him. But once again, you make one mistake as a batter, you're gone. They always say, if normally as umpires, we always give the benefit of doubt to the batter, and because the bowler can bowl another ball. If you bowl a bad ball, bowl a good ball later on. See that one as well, a little bit closer to him. He could not free his arms, he could not free his hands to cut that ball or to punch it back to backward point for probably 4 or so.
Pretty interesting field for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Regulation in itself, but if you look at the intricacies of it, it's really interesting because you have Jason Niemand, who's very short at cover, and then you've got Jerome Boza at extra cover. He's also quite close, but that ball's played right in that gap, and J. de Klerk chases after it, keeps it down to 1. Great fielding from J. de Klerk. The Mpumalanga Rhinos batters are going to be wary of J. de Klerk. They're going to make sure that they don't take twos of him, or just in general, try not to hit the ball close to him because you know he's got something some magic in his pocket.
Jay de Klerk and Jerome Bosser, two of the quickest in the side, and 17 for 1 after 5 overs.
I was saying that it's an interesting field, and it's a bit different when it's Snyman that's batting. So now you understand that for a player like Snyman, I'll finish that thought after this ball. Fends it off the legs, chance for 2 runs, easy 2. Jerome Bosser, the only man covering the leg side, and it's an easy 2 to end the over. The score is 19 for 1 after 6 overs, 3 overs each for Nico van Zyl and Chad Klaasen.
And I think they both have 60 field offside field, both of them, and which is not bad as a fast bowler.
It's a 6-3 offside filter, but the interesting thing when Chad Klaasen was bowling there was that the fielders were a bit closer. The fielders not offside were a bit closer, were actually a lot closer to when Yasser Cook was batting, basically asking him to find a gap if he wants to take a single. He can't take a quick single on the offside because there's the players or the fielders are close, and then when it's Snyman batting, the fielders are more on the edge of the circle. Finds the right line and the right length, does Nico van Zyl. First delivery of the over. Snyman is on 2.
19 for 1 after 6 overs. 19 for 1 after 6. That's the Mpumalanga Rhinos playing against Eastern Cape Iinyathi.
A bit too wide there from Nico van Zyl, but there's cover for him in the form of Alindile Mhletywa at a very square third man. It's just 1 run.
Talking about Alindile Mhletywa, I think during the inter-squad game, he showed some guts, some determination, some disciplines, and he's been working along with Shannon Graham, our fitness trainer, during the off-season and during the season as well.
Oh, finally gets one that's up straight, takes him on, 4 runs. Great shot from Snyman, just leant onto that ball, didn't use his feet too much. First confident boundary of the day for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Score moves on to 24 for 1. That's going to be a great confidence booster for a player who's so far been trapped in his crease by Nico van Zyl. Let's see how he responds here. Goes back to that stock line in the delivery.
It's always I'm wonder sometimes. I mean, if you're a bowler, why don't you stick to what you're good at, and why don't you stick to what works for you? Because I mean, hitting the right at his right length, it is great. Whereby you have to just give the guy a nice juicy half volley, whereby the guy can scream it for 4.
I guess it speaks to the importance of being patient away, because sometimes as a bowler you bowl 6 good deliveries but you're not getting a wicket, so you feel as if you need to make something happen instead of sticking to that same line and length until something happens.
Patience in the game is, I mean, it's a key. As a bowler, you have to keep your disciplines right. You have to be patient and have that determination as well.
Fends that one off, straight to the man at point to end the over. The score is 24 for 1 after 7 overs.
Guys are going three to four rounds and over. It's not bad. And if the guys can keep it like that, I think it will be great. And I see that one of the guys from, I think United Pioneers from Kingdomstown, they were supposed to play probably at Bangasil. And you can see them, they're back here. And I don't think the match took off there. And they're here to come and watch the Eastern Cape Iinyathi playing against the Mpumalanga Rhinos.
Yeah, it's always a great thing to see some of the clubs coming straight to Buffalo Park after their matches are finished. But as you're saying, that game probably didn't take place, which is unfortunate. But they're here now to support the local boys, and it's good to see that they've brought along a couple of youths with them.
Yeah.
Guys or boys who probably will be playing for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi one day.
Yeah, and it's a pity because most of the municipality grounds they don't have covers because of most of the fields have been covers have been stolen from those fields.
Good line there from Nico van Zyl, but Yasser Cook trusting himself, going forward there, but hitting that ball straight into a packed offside.
Yeah, because I mean, fields like Breitbach, municipal field like Bangasil in East London, they don't have covers. And it rained here at Buffalo Park, it rained here in East London, and even last night we had some rain. And I think when they get there, I think things are not looking good.
I know we're 7 overs into the game today, but you just mentioned the rain, the recent rains here at Buffalo Park, and it's worth asking a man of your expertise about how really it affects the situation of the game. The fact that it's been raining in East London for the past 7 days, like what it does to the pitch in terms of moisture and the movement of the ball off the pitch.
I mean, we witnessed that earlier on, whereby Nico van Zyl was moving the ball away and in, which totally tells you that there is a moisture there. And if we win the toss, I'll probably bowl first because of this condition that I'm mentioning. It has been raining Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, even yesterday it's been raining. And for that move, for you to get a good movement, which Nico has been experiencing, it is a great thing to bowl first.
Yo! Oh, on the money there is Chad Clausen. But that's the reason I'm asking you, Tere, because the Mpumalanga Rhinos won the toss and they decided to bat first, which is a peculiar decision at Buffalo Park, especially when you consider the amount of rain that we've had and all the good points that you just put up.
Yeah, and sometimes you have to take some risk and do what the head coach decided on. To win the toss and bat first, I mean, it's up to the captain, the coach, and to just decide one or two things. I mean, with the top batters as well. Normally, they like to bat first. I mean, normally, as a batter, I mean, if you got a coach who was the batsman and keeper, they would like to bat first. Score 24 for 1 after 8 overs. 24 for 1 after 8 overs. Katrada gone, and he was cutting the ball backward point, and Jade de Klerk just caught the ball nicely, and which is great. Just stretch his throat, and which is brilliant. And good feeling from those youngsters. And yeah, I think coming again, Nico van Zyl, I think he bought 4 overs, and they only hit 14 of his bowling without a main.
Yeah, Nico Vincel has been on the money so far in this game. Just one ball that was perhaps a bit too full and was punished accordingly. As it was a very good one there that seemed to have swung in and then seamed away from the left-handed Snyman. Seemed to be beaten all ends up there.
Yeah, Nico's always trying testing this guy, Snyman, but cutting the ball back to him, because you can see that with left-handers normally they've got a gap between the bat and the batter, and yeah.
Oh, brilliant fielding from the Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain Jerome Bozza, covering that space in such a short amount of time.
That's good there. And with these youngsters, you can see these guys are youngsters. If you have a look on these guys, you've got Lisa Sizani as well, who has been schooling at Queen's College. Started at his cricket at Sosego in Alice, and he went off to Queen's College in Queenstown.
Once more, Jerome Bozza covering that space, standing at extra cover and is feeling himself as the Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain, shoulders all up.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff.
You see, I've chatted with that earlier on. You're doing everything right, hitting the right errors, hitting the right length, and all of a sudden, you just give guys some nice, juicy half volley, and I don't know.
Oh, finds the ball a bit. Nico Vincel balls a bit too straight, clipped off the legs. Lihle Sizani is the only cover on the leg side. They go through for an easy 2 runs there. Perhaps the one delivery that is not allowed to bowl as Nico Vincel is one that's coming to the legs, because he only has Lihle Sizani at mid-wicket as cover on that entire boundary.
What a ball.
Brilliant line, brilliant length. It's the one ball that kept straight.
See, the line is correct, the length is brilliant. Why changing it? Why changing it?
One of the more peculiar things of the game, Ray. Last ball of the over for Nico Vincel. 9th over. 9th over of the day. One more over left in the power play. The score is 26 for 1 after 9 overs. It's interesting to see if Chad Tarson rather is going to be the one bowling the last over of the power play.
But the young Nathan Rue, who's coming from Queenstown, I think Queen's College got a good pack of guys coming through nicely. Nathan Rue as well. He's been in Queen's College, played for Bora under 19s, Bora under 17s, and he's been up there. And he's looked good. He's been overseas, opening the batting overseas, and he came down, played for Bora, and played for Iinyathi, Eastern Cape Iinyathi, which is great.
Which is something that Snyman's opening partner, Zakir Katrada, could have used with, could have done with actually. Cutting a ball that was perhaps not there to be cut, too close to the body, straight to J.T. Clark for the only wicket of the game so far. J.T. Clark was standing at, as he is now, standing at backward of point. Some seam movement off the pitch for Nico Vincel.
That's what I said, earlier on. The ball is going to do a bit for probably an hour, because of the conditions that it has been rain the whole week, and then I saw the ground stuff on and off the field the whole week, and once again in the afternoon it's going to be better because it's going to be nice and dry, but now in the moment we've got some nice movement from the off the pitch.
Once more, leans onto that ball, trying to make sure that he gets back on ball as often as he can as Yasia Cook.
Right.
It's the CSA One Day Cup Division 2 that we're currently watching at 8 teams in the competition. Usually 7 teams in Division 2, but for this competition we also have CSA Emerging, which is coached by Malibongo Maketa. They're not doing really well at the moment. They've lost all 4 of their games. 3 games remaining after this one. 2 games remaining rather after this one.
It's a good feeling from Jason Limit.
Went straight to him.
And I'm telling you,
Cover.
it's not easy to pick up those. But I'm just to kneel down, pick it up, and he wanted to have a shot to the other side. But nice backing up from Alini Limfletcher. Looking at the bowlers, looking at the players of the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, we've got Malika, who currently coming from Hilltown at Ntolini location, been to cricket all his age group. He's been to Dale College as well, whereby you see when you see these guys at the rural areas doing well in the rural areas. He's a keeper better, and we normally take them and our sponsorship like Mercedes-Benz, Sanford, Momentum, all those big sponsors who've been assisting border cricket, and then we take those guys to schools like Dale, Queens, and Selma.
Finds the gap as Yasia Cook has been looking for that. Jerome Bozza loses the race, unfortunately, for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. He found the gap, he pierced the gap between the man at cover and extra cover. Spoils what was a very good over from Chad Claassen up until that point. 5 dot balls, and then he finishes off with a 4. The score moves on to 30-1 after 10 overs, going at exactly 3 and over. Umpire signals the end of the first power play and the start of the second. Umpire Gladman Gasela. How would you assess that first power play to ring?
I think the first power play has been great. The guys just went about 3 runs and over, which is powerful, which is good as opening bowlers. You don't want to give the guys earlier on like 5 and over, 6, 7 and over in the first power play, because it puts you under pressure on the second power play.
Yeah, interesting here from the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Nico Vansel going for his 6th over on the trot. Quick single. Johnson!
Yay!
Oh, brilliant stuff from Shane Dadswell. But Yuri's Neyman showcasing that he has the wheels on him to go with the power, taking that quick single there.
Wow.
Umpire judges that to be safe. Some excitement on the field, no less here on the commentary box.
That's a good feeling from Dadswell there. I think Shane, he just picked up nicely.
Something interesting that's happening here, Tere, is that as Jason Newman takes a cheeky shot at the stumps, something interesting that's happening here, Tere, is that it's the end of the first power play. The bowling team is allowed, or the fielding team is allowed to have more than 2 fielders out. But the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, seeing the state of the game, have chosen to keep it just down to 2, essentially keeping the game as it was. As we say that, Yasser Cook plays the ball off the back foot straight into the gap between Jay de Klerk and Jason Neiman, to a position where you would usually have a player after the end of the first power play. I wonder if that's going to make Captain Jerome Bozza rethink or reassess his options.
Now, if I cannot change if something is going well for me. Jerome Bozza saw that Nico is doing well. I mean, and even the other guy checked another side. Why why changing the something which is going well for you? And so for him to change the field, I don't think it's a good thing. But it's good that he just like let the field go as it is, so that he can just take some chances if they comes their way.
That previous delivery, Nico van Zyl finding or managing to find the inside edge of Yasser Cook's bat. They were able to get through for 2 runs. Oh, goes back to that stock ball of his. And Yasser Cook can do nothing but defend.
He's spot on. 37 for 1 after 10. 37 for 1 after 10. That's the Mpumalanga Rhinos versus the Eastern Cape Iinyathi at Buffalo Park, the home of cricket.
One more ball to go in the over. It's been a pretty good over for the Mpumalanga Rhinos, 7 runs so far. Oh, finds a good length again. Does Nico van Zyl. Well defended to end the over. 37 for 1 after 11 overs. What's more, it'll be interesting to see if Chad Claassen continues. And it's looking like he will. Chad Claassen coming in for his 6th over on the trot. A different field being employed for him in his 6th over. Mihle Sizani at deep mid wicket. And Pua Mnyanda at fine leg, a very square fine leg. And so is a substitute fielder is Matt Fourie. I wonder who's on 4. Nico van Zyl is off the field and Matthew Fourie has taken his place, standing at fine leg. Ooh, that's a brilliant ball from Chad Claassen. That sometimes happens as a bowler, where you feel as if that ball was good enough to get a wicket and the umpire doesn't agree. It's a very good ball, and the replays show it. Doesn't seem to be any deviation once the ball left the bat, once the ball got past the bat actually. And the keeper himself wasn't very convincing. The umpire made the decision. Madisa Maleka there needs to work on his theatrics. That was a very good ball. First up from Nico van Zyl. from Chad Clausen, rather. Oh, easy single, fends it off. Yasser Cook very quick between the wickets, take the easy one. Jerome Bozza keeps the ball in his hand. Once more, the Eastern Cape Iinyathi fielding or field placement stays the same. Only 2 fielders out on the boundary. If the run rate doesn't change, then you don't really see them changing the field anytime soon. Oh, ball from Chad Clausen. Fends it off straight to Alindile Mhletjwa at mid-on. It's good to see the camaraderie between the Eastern Cape Iinyathi fielders, or the team as a whole. And you know, the captain, someone like Jerome Bozza, who has brilliantly played from Yasser Cook, who was waiting for that kind of delivery to be pitched up. Punches it straight down the ground. Nico van Zyl can do nothing but turn back and look forward to his next delivery. Yasser Cook picking up the pace here. He's on 17 of 28 balls. At some point he was on 2 of 19. Clausen going back to his stock ball once more. And as DeRay has been mentioning here in commentary, the stock ball has not been hit. So you ask yourself, why exactly do you feel the need to change? The rate has picked up since the end of the 10th over. It's 3.5 now. So something good is being done by the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Once more, an easy single for Yasser Cook. He seems to be a man in control. First change in the bowling department for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Aphiwe Mnyanda is ready to bowl. 20-year-old. He just arrived at the Eastern Cape Iinyathi this season, looking to make a big impression here. Former SA under 19 player, left armer, was in a stacked SA under 19 player, and the SA under 19 team rather, that had 4 left arm bowlers. Couldn't believe it. Was like watching Pakistan back in the mid 2000s. Looking to bring more energy into the team, into the bowling department, is Aphiwe Mnyanda. He has been prone to starting off maybe back of the length a bit too much here, which is something he's going to learn. Still at a young age, still 20 years old. Doesn't have a slip, only the keeper is in place and the 4 fielders are out on the boundary. Finds his line and his length straight up. Here's a man at sweeper on the offside. Third man, fine leg, and the person at deep square leg. Jay de Klerk is still patrolling the backward point region. It's a field that suggests he cannot bowl on the legs. So let's see how he fares. Oh, cuts him well. Alindile Mhletywa does a brilliant job. A third man keeps it down to one where there were more chances that ball going for a boundary than anything else. He's quite agile for a fast bowler as Alindile Mhletywa. Perhaps testament to the fact that he's not just a fast bowler, but he can also bat down the order. We've had some brilliant fielders lower down the order in South African cricket. People like Brendan Philander. I'm just joking. Same field for Apua Mnyanda to the left-handed Yuris Naiman. Doesn't have a slip still. Sweeper on both sides of the wicket. Straight into his legs. Naiman not really keen on using his feet so far in the game, but he's setting himself up well here. Tidy first over so far from Apua Mnyanda. 1 run coming off the first 3 balls. He's got the support of his teammates. Oh, finds the neck. First over where they haven't employed any slip fielders. Goes through for 4. Apua Mnyanda, you can see in his face. He grudgingly walks back to his position. Asking the skipper there, why isn't there first slip? Naiman once more struggling to use his feet. But it would be very encouraging for a bowler of Apua Mnyanda's young age to find the nick of a player as experienced as Naiman. Naiman losing his shape there, but they go through for 1. Umpire signals leg byes, the second extra of the game. Six runs have come off this over, and it's been a good over from Apua Mnyanda. It just goes to show how it is sometimes in the game. As we mentioned before, Matt Fourie on as a substitute fielder for Nico van Zyl, who's perhaps picked up a bit of a niggle after his opening 6-over spell. And that's how we end the over. The score is 49 for 1 after 13 overs. Apua Mnyanda's first over goes for 5 runs. As we said before, it looks like we're set to introduce a bit of spin. Lihle Sizani is coming on to bowl in front of Jay de Klerk. That's something that is very unexpected. Going with the right arm off spin. It's not something you used to seeing here at Buffalo Park. Jay de Klerk being the second spinner or even the third spinner being used. But Sizani has proven himself so far this season. Made himself an integral part of the Eastern Cape Iinyathi setup, formerly of Queen's College and the University of Fort Hare Academy. Young man is Lihle Sizani. One word you would use to describe him is diminutive. Diminutive figure of Lihle Sizani. first over of spin coming in after 13 overs. Let's see what Lihle Sizani does. It's not a big turner of the ball. Perhaps Iinyathi want to wrestle that. Oh, cuts him off. Alindile Mhlekwa is there as a sweeper on the offside. The score moves on to 50-50 for the Mpumalanga Rhinos after 13.2 overs. Also a healthy partnership of 37. They managed to fend off the new ball. Finally get to their 50. Stamens on 22. And Cook is on 19. Well played. Straight down the ground. Through for 1, which is something you expect in a 50 over game. The middle overs are capable of being walking pace. But you want to have a player of Jade de Klerk's stature in your back pocket because you know he's a wicket taker in every phase of the game. So it's an interesting decision to go with Lihle Sizani straight up. Straight down the ground again. 1 run on the leg side this time. Shane Dadswell standing at long on. Last ball of the over from Lihle Sizani. I want to finish off well here. And manages to keep it down to a dot ball. To end the over, the score is 52 for 1 after 14. Apua Mnyanda is set to continue from the Buffalo Park drive-in. As we mentioned before, it's a very good partnership for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. 39 between these two batters. Second wicket partnership. Yasser Cook came in at a time when things could have gotten much worse after losing the first wicket. But he was able to stabilize the innings along with Yuris Neyman, who, it has to be said, has played within himself in the first 14 overs, and that's actually good. Once you look at the situation of the game, the bowlers have been miserly, and when we started we had overcast conditions, so it wasn't really a position where it was conducive of an attacking style of play to be employed. So very good on the Mpumalanga Rhinos batters to carry on like that as they steal a quick single. The ball coming off the inside edge of the bat of Yuris Neyman. Score moves on to 53 for 1. Apua Mnyanda with the chance to bowl to Yasser Cook.
And you can see the partnership there. You can see it's about 40 runs, which is not bad. And first up is straight away. He's coming around to the right-handed batter, who is Cook. And I've seen some brilliant stoppings from Alindile Mhlekwa down there at third man.
Yeah, Alindile Mhlekwa, we've spoken about him before. He's playing his first game for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, but he's a very experienced campaigner. So, we said he's great asset to the team.
Good
It's interesting to see. Oh, brilliant fielding from Jade de Klerk. Yasser Cook was definitely sure that ball was going through to the third man for a single, but Jade de Klerk, as ever, very committed.
Always committed there. Jade de Klerk. Diving, running, saving singles, saving fours. He's been in the business for quite a long time. For Iinyathi to come just around the wickets as well for the right-handed Cook. It's not bad, and it makes him to do some guessing as well. Because sometimes you put it outside of stump to the fourth wicket, and sometimes you put it a little bit straighter, because if he misses that one, he's normally gone. Cook on 20, Snyman on 24. It's just steps one, right point there, Jade de Klerk. The end of period. Nyanda's second over.
15 overs gone. The score is 53 for 1 after 15 overs. Partnership is on 40. Going very well for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. The overs that they've actually eaten up, if they still have wickets in hand, they can easily make up. So yeah, it's a good position for them to be in. And it's an interesting dynamic here. The partnership between Aphiwe Mnyanda and Lihle Sizani. So you expect Jade de Klerk to be operating perhaps with... Get back to that in a second. You expect Jade de Klerk to be perhaps operating with a player like Alindile Mhletywa. So, waiting to see how that works out.
And what I observed as well from Lihle Sizani's spell of bowling, it's nice and straight to him, and it's difficult for him to work things around. And he's trying by all means to work him around, but his bowling nice and straight. If he misses that one, he's in business.
Manages to get that one down the ground, which is honestly the only option he has. Did Snyman mini cricket field, we would call it for the man. So stock standard field, basically. Let's see how Sizani does with Yasser Cook. Well played down the ground, but straight to the man at mid-off, which is Shane Dadswell, the big hitter for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi this season after the departure of Marco Murray. Oh, there was every chance of that goal going past Jade de Klerk, but the only problem was that was Jade de Klerk. And that over quickly dissipates, and the score is 54 for 1 after 16. Some discussions there being had between Nico van Zyl, Jason Neiman, and Ncedisi Malika. Perhaps not happy with the state of the game. It's been over 12 overs since the first wicket fell, or the last wicket fell.
I think the guys are talking like strategies and everything about listen when to bowl someone, or when to bowl Jade, when to bowl Alinile, things like that. I mean, if why changing if things are going well for you as a as a captain, as a team, and guys are like containing nasty, there's no runs, which is accumulating here. Why changing the technique?
Oh, powers that down the ground to Matt Fourie. Does Juris Neyman. Mpumalanga will perhaps feel like he got away with one there.
And once again, it will be interesting to see how Nyanda or how Snyman will maybe operate or play if Nyanda comes around the wicket and see how he's going to undo that side. Uh, 54 for 1 after 16 hours. 54 for 1 after 16 hours. That's Mpumalanga Rhinos versus Eastern Cape Iinyathi from East London, the home of the Eastern Cape Iinyathi at Buffalo Park. Mpumalanga Rhinos won the toss and elected to bat first. Quick flyer athlete, captain of the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, Bosor. He's been scoring runs like you can't believe. He's a run scorer and he's done well, scoring hundreds. And the big game, he scored another 100, I think, up when they went away. And he's been doing well. Bosor has been doing well. He's been keeping the runs ticking and making sure that the Eastern Cape Iinyathi down the right track in scoring runs. What a throw, what a player, what a fielder, Jay de Klerk. Throwing the ball from mid-off straight to leg stump. Now started throw there. Fortunately, Cook was there. Oh, he was back at point. I'm so sorry about that. He was back at point. And so straight to the opposite side.
Yeah, it's very important to have a player of Jay de Klerk's stature in the field. Keeps the batting team honest. As we say that, Juris Neyman manages to sneak a single in a position that Jay de Klerk was patrolling.
I don't know. I'll be on the better side. I don't think it's easy to bat there. If one bad ball will come and then you can just post that for 4. But I mean, the guys have been doing well. I mean, with the ball as well. I think they've been asking questions. And yeah, Nyanda, interesting, coming around the wickets to Cook. I would love to see him coming wickets to Snyman as well and see how he will handle it.
Nyanda attacking the stumps, but yes, Cook manages to just lean onto that delivery and finds the gap in that offside. As we end the over, the score is 56 for 1 after 17. And yeah, the Eastern Cape Iinyathi in danger of allowing the match to get away from them here, because the Mpumalanga Rhinos are setting themselves up for a big finish as the umpires signal the end of the over and drinks.
Yes, overall, I think the Eastern Cape Iinyathi has done extremely well. Yeah, I think they've done extremely well. It ranks the Rhinos up like 56 for 1 after 17, which is not bad. I think in the second innings break, which is 34. We'll see how it goes. And I think they've done extremely well. I can't fault the opening bowlers. Chad and Nico contained Nasi and Lisa Sizani and Apiwe Nyanda came back Nasi as well, which they done extremely well. Now it's things time. The score is 56 for 1 after 17. Thank you. Welcome back. End of the tricks. I think Lisa Cezani, a guy from Sasregu, coming back from the Basefield end or from the Riverside end. And I think he's done well. Ball 2 overs. They only scored 4 of his 2 overs. And he hasn't got a wicket yet. Lisa Cezani. And I think he's been on his pick, and then they couldn't pick him up. He was like playing for the Iinyathi court. Now he's back into the side and he's done extremely well. Now Cook tucking in behind behind Swirling. 57 for 1 out of 17.2 overs. 17 for 1 out of 17.2 overs. Well, Jason Lemon has been in schooling at Lillefontein out in one of the farm schools, or schools out there in the farm, and he went to Hudson Park High School. And they played for Bora as well, Iinyathi. He's been the captain of the side, and he's been doing well. Matthew Furi, one of the all Salbonian cricketer, fast bowler, and who's done well. Ah, what a ball. Good ball from Lisa Cezani there. Scooping Nasi and Nico Fonsel pick up the ball, have a shot to say to the keeper, and I think they settled for 1.
That's been a tidy over so far from Lisa Cezani. Oh, first chance. Yuris Neyman buckets him down the ground for a 6. Ball lands on the upper deck of the chalets on the other side. The first one that Lisa Cezani has really pitched up, and without any spin on offer, it was an easy picking for Yuris Neyman. First 6 of the match, and the partnership moves on to 52 of 86 balls, 5 fours and 1 6. Patient stuff, but an explosive way to get to that 50 partnership.
I think Mandla Peter will be in business. Oh, the ball came down. I thought he was going to go and bring the balls there, because it went straight to the upper level of one of the chalets on the other side. So a huge 6. Huge 6 from Sneyman. And there comes the 50 partnership between Sneyman and Cook. 27-23.
It's a good way to inject some energy into the innings. The match had gone into a bit of a lull over the past 8 overs or so, since the end of the opening spell from the two opening bowlers rather. Let's see what Aphiwe Mnyanda has in store for us. Yeah.
Oh!
Finds the neck once more. There's Aphiwe Mnyanda. He's gotten the outside edge of both batters so far in this innings. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't have a slip.
I couldn't believe that. I mean, Mnyanda, the first, I think Sneyman nick off, and then now the second one, Cook nick off, and you don't have one slip in place there. I think I would be tempted to put another slip there, just one slip, so that you can make everything at ease. And once again, I think the bowlers did extremely well there. Can you see? in making sure that they're containing Nasi earlier on, and at least to get 50 off on the 17th over is not bad.
Yeah, Yasser Cook much more in control of that previous delivery. Just waiting for it, opening the face of the bat, playing it late, straight down to the man at third man. Iinyathi looking for a way to motivate himself here because he's found the outside edge twice in his first 3.2 overs. And both times the ball has gone down to the boundary for 4.
Second power play, we've got five for field. Five guys out, and five guys in the inner circle.
Just punches that one down the ground. Nico van Zyl back onto the field, standing at long on. Feels that one, goes for 4-1 run.
Now, if it was a bowler or a captain, gangster, I would be tempted to put a fast slip there. I'll be tempted to put fast slip. Out of these two nickos, I'll be tempted to put one.
Easy one there for the...
Oh!
Classic circumstance that we've just witnessed here. Jerome Boza diving for the ball. Quick release. Yuri Snyman sliding in, using his bat as you are taught to from a young age. Stops the ball from hitting the stumps. Also saves himself.
I don't know, I'm going to see if you've seen, there was a thing here, the snake caught behind. I don't know, what do you think about that? What can you tell me about that? I was busy yesterday, yeah, and I was busy on the other side.
Oh, brilliant shot. Picks him up off the length, straight to that vacant mid-wicket boundary. Snyman showcasing his prowess here against the field, against the bowling of Iinyathi. They've finally been able to recover the ball that was hit for a straight 6 over the head of Lihle Sizani. Umpires probably not going to use that one for a while.
Yeah, I think Chad was bowling, if I'm not mistaken, and then someone, I don't know, the batter just clips the ball straight to the keeper, and everybody went ballistic, saying it's out. And I'm not too sure what happened there. Oh, good Yorkers. Good Yorker.
A good Yorker to end the over from Iinyathi. The rate is picked up to around 4 and over. Score is 76 for 1 after 19 overs.
I think they're handling it nicely, the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, whereby that run rate is staying there. And if they can stay like that all the time, it will be a great thing. And not to chase big titles, because if the guys have to chase like a title like 325 to 20, psychologically, guys are thinking, no, we don't want to get the runs. But I can't believe that, because 50 overs is 300 balls, and it's like a running ball.
Oh, picks him up once more. This time it's Yasser Cook, perhaps not showing as much power as Yuri Snyman, but the control was all there. Straight down the ground for 4 runs. You wonder if they've chosen Lihle Sizani as the bowler they're willing to target. Perhaps after surveying the scene here, seeing that Sizani isn't really moving the ball off the deck, so there's no element of surprise. It's easier to hit the ball down the ground. The experience of Yasser Cook allows him to play that ball straight down the ground once more, or a bit squarer to the man standing at long off for a single. ensures that the Mpumalanga Rhinos have 5 runs off the first 2 balls of the over. Conversely, Terrain. Oh, well played. Well played.
Placed.
Touch. A bit of touch from the power hitting player that is Yuris Neyman. They go through for 2. Lihle Sizani doesn't have a man at deep third man. Ooh. That was a bit close. Too
Nearly.
close for comfort.
Yeah, just drop short of Lihle Sizani. I think once again, Gengesi in cricket, if you get a nice big partnership like this, you normally have a nice collapse as well, whereby guys are not concentrating at the moment. They're comfortable at the change room, and when they get in here, it will be a thingy whereby they have to adjust and make sure that they didn't.
Oh, Jason Neiman choosing to get into a race with the delivery. Managed to run through for 2. Lihle Sizani's over ends. Quite an expensive over. 10 runs coming from it. And you'll find it difficult to see how the Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain Jason Neiman is going to keep him in the attack after this. Sizani's 4 overs have gone for 23, which is way above the rate that the other bowlers have been going at.
No, you're right. As I mentioned to Gengesi, after a big partnership like that, you'll find out guys have got a lapse of collapse. You find out, lapse of concentration. You probably have boom, boom, boom type of a thing whereby you get lots of wickets because guys at the change room or they don't. They are there. They're not concentrating. Some of them are just playing around, not thinking about the game.
Apua Mnyanda manages to make the ball seam back into Yuris Neyman, and he finds the inside edge. The ball goes through to the man at deep backward square leg. They go through for 1. I understand your point, Ray. I think you're trying to say that after a partnership as comfortable as this one, the batters in the dugout might get into a lull where if a wicket were to fall, they would not be concentrating as much as they would have been if a couple of wickets were falling every 15 overs or 10 overs. So you'll find yourself in a position where the batters mentally, they're not prepared to actually get onto the field and play a long innings. So that might lead to a collapse, I understand. But conversely, if you're the Mpumalanga Rhinos, you'd be happy to be in such a situation that even if you're going at 4 and over, you still have 9 wickets in hand. Your big hitters are yet to come in. You'll feel like you're controlling the game as well as you could. Apua Mnyanda attacking the stumps. Sorry, Tere. Apua Mnyanda's been attacking the stumps, which is good for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. He's keeping the batters active, batters thinking, which is something that's needed at the moment for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, as they haven't had a wicket in 17 overs.
You're spot on, man. You're spot on. I mean, guys have not having wickets. I mean, they've got probably 74 runs partnership, and that lot of competition will come, and you find out you've got 74 runs partnership, 80, 100 runs partnership, and when a wicket falls, someone breaks the partnership, you'll find out there's a lapse of competition with the other guys coming in. That's the experience ahead. And I can see Jade warming up nicely. Guys are motivating each other, which is good. They are motivating each other, which is brilliant.
Once more, Mpumalanga attacking the stumps, keeping Yasser Cook honest. Not able was Yasser Cook to get that ball squarer of the man standing at mid-wicket, which is Jerome Boza. One more ball to go in the over.
Nyanda always come around the wicket to Cook. Allowed to come around the wickets to Sleman as well.
Finishes the over well. Just one run of that over from Mpumalanga, which is very important, coming off the back of two relatively expensive overs from Lihle Sizane. Scores 87 for one after 21 overs.
And I think a word has been said there. You can see Jade de Klerk coming on from the Riverside end. At least Jade said, let me take it over. Good experienced guy.
Yeah, it's a change that you saw coming from a mile away. Seeing as how Lihle Sizane was ineffective and was going at 4.9 and over. Jade de Klerk, the premier strike bowler for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi in the middle overs, finally being introduced after 21 overs. Very surprising. Maybe a different strategy being employed by the Eastern Cape Iinyathi for this game. Left armour, Jade de Klerk. Oh. That was extremely close. If Jade de Klerk hadn't been such a good fielder, he would have perhaps hit that ball. That ball would have perhaps hit his hand and gone straight through to the stumps, and Yasser Cook would have been run out.
I can see that Jade is a relaxed guy, calm and collective. Putting nice now.
Oh, takes him on first up. Goes for a 6. Is it?
4.
Chad Dawson not really giving a signal to the umpire. There he is. There he goes. 6. 6 of Jade de Klerk's third delivery. Snyman taking the invitation. Ball pitched up. The pitch hasn't been showing any signs of turn. So when the ball is pitched up as a batter, you can trust yourself to just go through with the shot.
I'm telling you, CSA, I think it's time now you're going to see a breaking of partnership from Jade.
Oh, good fielding from the captain, actually the former captain, Jason Niemand, standing at deep mid wicket. Not deep mid wicket. Ah, good shot. Close to the man at short fine leg, which is Jerome Boza. Evades him, and Snyman gets to his 52 of 67 balls. 5 fours and 2 massive sixes, 2 powerful sixes. It's been a well-measured innings from the big man, perhaps not playing according to how you would expect him to.
As I mentioned earlier on, I think it's time now to break the partnership, and you can see the shots you guys are playing. It's showing. It is showing definitely that they're going to break partnership now, and guys coming in, they need to be on their balls to make sure that they know what they're talking about.
22 overs gone, 2 runs off 100, only 1 wicket lost. Mpumalanga continuing from the Buffalo Park Drive end. he has been able to keep the game interesting for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, keeping the batters honest, finding the outside edge of both the batters so far. Is into his 6th over of the spell. Of the 3 fast bowlers, all 3 of them have gotten into their 6th over on the trot. Snyman, confidence on a high. Just got to his 50.
98 for 1 after 22 overs.
To Mnyanda, the ball burst through his hands. Batter's able to go through for 2. Mnyanda will feel like that's an opportunity lost. Snyman, the powerful hitting, runs through for 2, and the 100 comes up for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. 100 for 1, that's a perfect scoreline. 100 for 1 after 22 overs. They'll feel like they're in full control of the game at the moment.
Most definitely so, and
first bouncer of the game that we're seeing, in all honesty. Mnyanda trying to introduce something different for the batters to be thinking about.
it's good. I mean, from that, I mean, normally the clever bowlers will bowl a bouncer, and then the second one, or the one following the bouncer, it will be the Yorker. Let's see how Mnyanda is going to do.
Ball's a length ball, a bit too straight, and Snyman just works it down to the leg side boundary where Iinyathi was standing at sweeper. "23 runs off his 33 deliveries so far, coming off the bowling of Mnyanda. Fighting for his team is Mnyanda, fighting against a very game opponent, which is Yasir Cook. Bowls his first wide of the game, strays a bit too much to the leg side. He's been trying to attack the stumps and sticking true to that ploy against Yasir Cook. Only 4 extras in the game so far, which is something that's going to please the captain and the coach of the Eastern Cape Iinyathi.
He's been disciplined as well. He's been bowling good lines and good length as well. Young Mnyanda.
Well played from Yasir Cook. Shane Dadswell gives up the chase. Brilliantly played for Cook. From Cook, he waited for that ball to go past him. Didn't open his hands up too much because it wouldn't have given him enough time to play the shot. Just played it behind square. J. de Klerk had no chance at backward point. Finds the gap between the player at backward point and the one at third man, in all fairness, was very square. Well played, but there's a sweeper there in the form of Iinyathi. The umpires have to stay on their toes here because of this left-hand, right-hand combination. Alindile Mhletshwa, you just wonder at what point he's going to come into the attack and whether or not he's going to take over from the side of
Maybe maybe he'll come from the Permian's end. Well, J.D. Clark, I think he'll be the one who'll probably um, ball more overs from that end and probably getting wickets as well from that end. And he's been a wicket taker for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. He's been doing well. He's been making sure that he's in business.
Chance for 2 runs there. Nico van Zyl gets to the ball, but it's too late, and they go through for 2. Good running from the Mpumalanga Rhinos batters to end the over at 109 for 1 after 23 overs. Partnership close to 196. Brilliant stuff from the 2 Mpumalanga Rhinos batters, Yasser Cook and Eurus Neyman. Cook as well, inching ever closer to his 50. He's in his 40s now, 41. J.D. Clark continuing from the Riverside end. I think it's safe to say that there hasn't been a hint of turn for the spinners so far in the game. So it's something that will be interesting to see how they will navigate, because it looks as if the Eastern Cape Iinyathi have gone with 6 bowlers, if you also include Alindile Mhletjwa. And one of the bowlers so far hasn't worked out, which is Lihle Sizane.
Yeah, it started well.
Tosses it up, just does J.D. Clark. Perhaps fortunate to get away with that one because it was a full toss. But Yasser Cook is in a different state. He wasn't willing to punish that one. He looked more surprised than anything to get a full toss from the ever reliable J.D. Clark.
I just had a quick glimpse now from the captain. Say, Alindile, please warm up. You're coming here from. Oh, I had something there.
Oh, honestly, there was no chance there for Mncedisi Malika. Couldn't even see the ball, such as the frame of Eurus Neyman. Oh, takes him on again. No chance for Shane Dadswell. Goes over the chalets at Buffalo Park. J.D. Clark getting treatment he's not used to. Applause all around the stadium, even from people who are usually Buffalo Park faithfuls. Brilliant exhibition, isn't it, Ray, from Eurus Neyman? Gets the chance to give himself a breather, not keen to wait for the 34th over for another drinks break.
Yeah.
The best thing to do is just hit the ball over the chalets.
I think, once again, the line that Jade is bowling, I think to this guy, I think it's supposed to be a little bit straighter, and so that he cannot give the time of freeing his hands or freeing his arm and to swing and hit the ball so far. If it was me, I would bowl a little bit nice and fuller, and secondly, making sure that a ball good landed as well, so that he cannot be freeing his arms and hitting the ball for 4. Once again, Snyman hit the ball over the chalets and went to the snake back on the other side.
Powerful hitting from Eurus Neyman, reminiscent of a past border player, past Eastern Cape Iinyathi player, Marco Murray, recently retired. Oh, J.D. Clark straight down the leg side. Eurus Neyman capitalizes. Safest shot he could play there. Safest delivery he could get. 4 rounds down the leg side boundary. Not been a good day for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi spinners so far.
Yeah, I think guys struggled a bit with the line, the length. As compared to the Siemens, I think they started well, containing guys nicely, and now 120 for one. 120 for one after 24 overs. Ali did them say, yeah, David James coming.
Professional cricket. It's a cutthroat business. Jay de Klerk bowled 4 good deliveries and 2 bad ones, and he went for 12 in that over. To Iinyathi, having bowled 6 overs on the trot, is being replaced by, as you mentioned, Ture, Alindile Mhletywa, bowling for the very first time for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, in Eastern Cape Iinyathi colours. Excited to see what he's going to produce there for his hometown team. Bowls a tidy first ball. Cook just opens the face of the bat, runs the ball down straight to third man, single.
I thought Iinyathi was going to come from the riverside end, whereby he gets a nice bias, to that end. Not from this Buffalo Park.
Iinyathi.
He was successful last week. Successful during the week on that midweek game, coming from the vice field end.
It's a good point. Smashes it down the ground, straight to Nico van Zyl, standing at long on. 1 run. The Eastern Cape Iinyathi have generally used spinners from the Riverside end or the Bunkers Hill end.
Yeah, they never use any spinners from this end. Maybe it's captains and coaches technique.
Alindile Mhletywa never looked comfortable in that run-up.
Technicalities or so.
It's worth asking then, Tere, is it worth the experimentation of trying a spinner from the Buffalo Park Drive end, which is the end that the camera is located at?
I think because of the long boundary from the other side, guys are preferring that as a start, and then when they're rotating the bowlers, they can bowl from this end. But I'm telling you now, with the start, it's a long boundary. It will be difficult for the guy to hit that far.
What you're saying is, when you're bowling from the Bunkers Hill end, as a spinner, that's where you'd like to bowl because the batter's going to be hitting to the longer boundary.
Yeah.
And when you're bowling from the Buffalo Park Drive end, it's easy to get hit as a spinner because it's a shorter boundary. Okay. Oh, takes them on. Iinyathi takes the catch. Yasser Cook gives his wicket away. The ball was pitched up. Stock delivery from Alindile Mhletywa, and he gets his first wicket in Eastern Cape Iinyathi colours. A crucial wicket at that.
Spot on there. And as I mentioned earlier on, I think it's time for the breakthrough, the guys to break the partnership. That's what happened there. And Alindile Mhletywa there, he bowled nice as well. I think he's got some nice off-cutters and stuff like that. He bowled one, and fortunately, Iinyathi caught it at long on, at mid-off, and which was good. And once again, as I mentioned, 43 in 63, that's Cook. It scores 122 for 2. And I think they had a nice 100-run partnership there. and the guy did extremely well. Yeah.
Mohamed Mayet coming in for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. He's got the 4 in his back and is coming in at number 4. Yasser Cook, after playing so well, as soon as he hit that ball, he threw his head back because he knew he was in trouble. And Apua Mnyanda, to his credit, standing at mid-off, took that ball very, very nicely. What a way to make an impact from Alindile Mhletshwa in his first game.
Yeah, I think Alindile, as you said, he's a good campaigner and he's done well. And this guy, he's got nice off-cutters, he reads the game nicely. And yeah, I've said it, the partnership is going to be broken soon. Mayet, he studied here, or school here in Sterling Primary School under the leadership of Mr. Rod Harris.
Yeah, that's true, Tere. Alindile Mhletshwa's first over has finished. He went for only 2 runs, got the crucial wicket of Yasser Cook. It's 122 for 2, and we're halfway through the innings. He played a good role in that partnership, a big role in that partnership. Did Yasser Cook? He put his team in a good position. He came in when the rate was coming in. It was 3. Now it's 4.9. Also forces a shift in mentality from Yuri Snyman, because now he has a partner that isn't settled in yet on the other end. Gives Jade de Klerk the chance to tighten the screws. And as I say that, Snyman finds an easy single down the ground. Gives Jade de Klerk the chance to bowl at Mohamed Mayet for the first time. Mayet's only faced 1 delivery. Slight changes in the field for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. They have a spinner in now, so they have a slip. Oh, Jade de Klerk bowls a great delivery.
I always say never go back to Jade de Klerk at Buffalo Park. You're going to be in trouble. Mayet, looking relaxed. You're looking relaxed there. Oh.
Nisha Sizani perhaps misjudged the line of the ball as it was coming to him, standing at short mid-wicket. Took the wrong first step there. The ball went to his left. And he went to the right, missed out on an opportunity. Once more, Jade de Klerk drifts down the leg side. Snyman tries to capitalize, but he hits the ball straight to the man at short, fine leg. As we end the over, 124 for 2 after 26 overs. As you would expect, after a wicket falls, the rate is going to go down probably. Alindile Mhletshwa continuing. Tere, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Bowlers' run-ups, how important are they? The length of the strides and all of that. Oh, goes through for 1. Does Mayet gets off the mark? Because you see a bowler like Alindile Mhletshwa, his run-up isn't as long as you would usually see from past border bowlers, like someone like Bashir Walters. Basically started from the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, the the run-up of a bowler is good. It's very important, and most of the fast bowlers have got a long run-up. I don't know why. Maybe they think they're going to bowl fast. I mean, a guy like Iinyathi Fletcher, not he doesn't have a long run-up, and all he has to do is to vary these bowls, and whereby he bowls pace, he bowls nicely, sort of a nice medium fast bowler, which is he's not bowling fast. He's just bowling off cutters and all those kind of things.
Oh, brilliantly fielded from Jason Neiman, covering the space from the extra cover region to the cover region very quickly. No chance for a single there for Uris Neiman. It's important for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi team to tighten the screws, yeah, now that the Mpumalanga Rhinos have lost a wicket.
Yes, I would love to see that. Now they're getting someone in, which is Chad, and you can see that. You can see that this guy is. He likes to clear the boundary, and then he brings Chad in, and he sends Nyana back.
Chad Carson coming in from the third man boundary into short third, and Apua Mnyanda from mid off to long off. Manages to find the gap there, does Uris Neiman. Straight into a single. Iinyathi Fletcher found the all-important breakthrough in this first over.
Yeah, I think he's done well. Get a wicket on his debut.
A wicket on his debut in his first over. Well played from Mohammed Mayet, but straight to the man at long off, at mid off rather,
Dadwal,
which is Apua Mnyanda.
yeah, Dadwal has been speaking to Iinyathi Fletcher. Why don't you take keeper up, because guys are free at the crease and doing whatever they want to do.
Well played again from Mayet. Opens the face of the bat, plays it under his eyes, which allows him to hit the ball to the sweeper, which is Lihle Sizani on the offside. As we end the over, it's 127 for 2. Jade de Klerk has been starved of opportunities in this bowling spell so far. But a player of his stature, you would not be surprised if he found something out of nothing. As we would have it, he has a slip in place in the form of Jason Neiman. He has a man at extra cover and backward point. Mayet hits the ball straight to Jerome Boza at extra cover. Well played. Jade de Klerk drifts down the leg side to the right hander this time. But Lihle Sizani is there covering in the backward square leg boundary. Hasn't really found his mark as Jade de Klerk so far. Oh, takes him on again. You could see him setting himself up. Uris Neiman breaks the windows at Buffalo Park. Jade de Klerk going for another ride. His eyes lit up as soon as that ball left the bowler's hands. Neiman turning it on here. Oh, Malika misses out. They go through for one. The umpire signals leg buys. J. de Klerk has either been too full or strays down the leg side. It's a different kind of game to navigate, we'd like to think, for the spinners here. They usually play such an important role for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi at Buffalo Park. But now it's seeming as if it's going to be a case of them having to just keep the run rate low and bowling the ball in the required areas, because they're not really getting any assistance off the deck, as Mayet just plays that one down the ground, hands the strike over to Snyman, who has been so far smashing J. de Klerk. Or actually is not handing the strike over, he's carrying on from the other side, because the score is 136 for 2 at the end of the 28th over.
I think as well, I don't know if maybe if Malika can stand up and then to Ali Pleasure to make sure that he's putting pressure on the batters, whereby he has to be standing up and making sure that guys are not freeing their arms.
There's a scene on Iinyathi there. A prospect from the border region who has moved up for greener pastures to the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Played an integral part in the first 3 seasons of the professional system for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Was loved, beloved all around the region. Was seen as the future backbone of the Eastern Cape Iinyathi setup.
Oh man.
Mohamed Mayet gets to that ball a bit too quickly and he chips it up in the air, but it evades everyone of the Eastern Cape Iinyathi fielders in the offside, and he gets away with it, gets a 1 of that delivery. As we're talking about Iinyathi today, moved on to Mpumalanga, felt as if that's where he would get to play in his most preferred position in the middle of the order, maybe not take on as much responsibility as he was at the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, but beloved all around the region. Class player is Iinyathi. Takes him on straight down the ground. Work being done by Nico van Zyl, keeps it down to just 2.
You're allowed to rub it, Nico.
Strong man is Nico van Zyl that stopped that ball with his thigh. A ball that was smashed by Yuri Snyman, but Nico van Zyl is not even showing any signs of it hurting him.
They said for 2 there. He hit him on the thigh.
As the battle continues between Yuri Snyman and Alindile Mhlekwa, Snyman dispatches him to the leg side boundary. No chance for Lihle Sizani, standing at deep backward square leg rather. Snyman turning it on, moves on to 83, 143 for 2.
I got a feeling that it's about time that Snyman could play one of the fielders.
Snyman going for it. Not moving his feet, trusting his hands, but the ball finding the inside edge of his bat. Moves on to 84. He's decided to take things on now. Knows he has the security of 6, if not 7 extra batters still to come. Rate has quickly moved up to 5. Mpumalanga Rhinos with a great platform to actually take off in the last 20 overs. Trying to strangle down the leg side, but the umpire judges that it is a wide. Alindile Mhlekwa, 2.5 overs, gone for 14. You have to say it feels like it was a long time ago when they actually got that wicket of Yasser Cook. Straight to J. de Klerk to end the over. It's 145 for 2 after 29 overs.
And I think coming from the Riverside end, that's all. Shane, I think he'll be coming from that end. And I'm telling you, the medium pace bowlers, I think, will be in business here. As per the spinners, they normally have the upper hand of getting wickets, but at the moment, I think medium pace bowlers will be in business here. And that one is coming from the Riverside end and taken over from Jade Clark. I think Jade only bowled 4 overs for 2 runs. They got hold of him nicely. And yeah, let's see how is he going to operate. Sneyman.
One run off the first ball of the dad's all over. Yuri Sneyman actually did a good job of hitting J. de Klerk out of the attack. Made sure that it was going at above 7 runs and over. Actually at 8 and over.
Young Mayet has been there. I think he's done his studies up there.
Gentle medium paces of Shane Dadswell. 2 runs off his first 2 balls. Seems like he's bowling with control. 27-year-old Shane Dadswell, primarily brought in as a hitter, as a batter rather. Coming around the wicket to Sneyman, trying to keep him honest, going straight for the stumps. And you were saying, Terry, that maybe he can have the Hansi effect of coming in there, bowling those juicy half volleys and buying himself a wicket.
Yeah. If it's working, why don't you use it?
Sneyman just punches the ball down the ground to the man at long on for a single. Score inches ever closer to 150, and Sneyman is only 14 runs away from his century.
And you see the round that will drop.
Dispatches him behind backward square leg. Ball was too slow and too straight. Mayet waited for it. His first 4 of the day. The score moves to above 150. It's 152 for 2 after 29 overs. Cruising nicely are the Mpumalanga Rhinos. The Eastern Cape Iinyathi need an answer here. Forces a fielding change. Alindile Mhletyo goes down to the fine leg boundary. And that's how we end the over for Shane Dadswell. 153 for 2 after 30 overs. 20 overs left in the innings. Rate achieved is very healthy for the Mpumalanga Rhinos, especially when you consider they still have 8 overs left in the innings.
153. And 183 balls.
Brilliant fielding from the Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain, Jerome Boza, covering the distance.
And yeah, that a big noise coming from the stand on the other side of the field. It's coming from Breitbach, I think, cheering the great fielding, the outstanding fielding from Jerome Bossel, their hero at Breitbach in Kinglamstown. See the guys, they came to play at Pangasil. Unfortunately, because there are no covers there, they could not play, and they say they would come and support their hero from Breitbach, Jerome Bossel, an athlete, a brilliant fielder, a good batsman. Sometimes he bowled some leggies, and he was a good rugby player as well. Sometimes he keeps wickets, and the utility, you can say.
As an all-round athlete is Jerome Boza. Good captain as well for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi so far. Smashes him. Manages to find the gap between the man at extra cover and cover, but Lihle Sizani makes up that ground fairly easy. Keeps it down to 1. Alindile Mhlejo has been hitting the deck hard, hasn't really used any variation so far in this spell. Perhaps still trying to find, in his 4th over, still trying to find the right length for himself to bowl.
You'll find an off-cutter there, and he'll come straight to Bossel.
Finds the inside edge of Yuri Neyman's bat, straight to the man at deep square leg.
I think there's one of the off-cutters there.
Uses his feet, but hits the ball straight to Apua Mnyana, who had showed brilliant anticipation to make sure that he covers that space in a short amount of time, and the ball goes straight to him at mid-off. And that's how we end the over, 155 for 2 after 31 overs.
Around 55 for 2 out of 31 overs. Another partnership of 31, 33 runs between Mayet and Snyman.
Dadswell continuing from the Bunkers Hill end. Still trying to attack the stumps is Shane Dadswell. Very unusual sight there, seeing a fast bowler of Apua Mnyanda's stature standing at backward point.
I like Jonty there.
Oh, Apua Jonty Mnyanda. Has a nice ring to it. Works the ball well to the leg side. Nathan Rue covering the mid-wicket boundary there. Go through for 1.
First ball that Nathan Rue has picked up this inning. First ball that Nathan Rue has picked up this inning.
That's a good observation, Terry. It's that's true. It's first time I'm recalling Nathan Rue actually fielding a ball this innings.
And I was just thinking, I don't know, Snyman being cautious of getting his 100, and you see that now he won't go for big one. He'll probably get some singles going through to the century, and that's where you can get a wicket as well.
Oh, Mayet takes him on. Jason Neiman decides to save the boundary instead of going for the catch does a good job, keeps it down to 2. Iinyathi not really playing according to his game there, going for the big one. Perhaps excited by watching Juris Neyman doing the other thing, or doing that thing from the other end.
Jason was far there. He ran like I can't believe. He was far there, and unfortunately, ball just bounced before the rope, and he saved for 4.
Yeah, he easily covered over 30 meters there, running to that ball. So perhaps I was being unfair on him when I said he decided to save the ball from being a boundary instead of going for the catch. Smashes him straight to the man at deep mid wicket to end the over of Shane Dadswell. But the ploy almost worked there. Sorry, Terry. The ploy almost worked there of Dadswell coming in with those looping medium paces.
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, if you can't get wickets in one of those, 1 or 2 spinners or quick bowlers, why don't you bring doubles? Guys are going to put the ball there and bowl some off-cutters. Buy your wickets. You have to buy wickets.
A telling sign that the spinners haven't really worked in this innings is that Iinyathi Malika has asked one of the substitute fielders to come and collect the helmet from him. So you can see that the Eastern Cape Iinyathi are set on using pace bowlers for the foreseeable future in this innings. He runs it down to the cow boundary for the single. That's Juris Neyman.
As I mentioned to you, he's been so cautious now, and he doesn't want to go hard, and he just want to get some singles going so that he can get to his helmet.
Yeah, but it's also a good ploy because that power hitting in the middle phase of his innings, it helped him because he bought himself some time. Now he's in the 90s and he can actually take it easy, go for singles. He still has a lot of overs to operate. Iinyathi doing a good job on the other side, just taking singles as well, making sure to give most of the strike over to Juris Neyman.
Yeah, I think Iinyathi has been cautious as well in making sure that he's getting singles going there to give the strike to the ball, to give the strike to the just name it. Ali Lemshaja keep on putting it there, making sure that it's containing runs.
Variation in length, variation in pace, and variation in line. It's very important. And the player of Alindi Lemshetju's caliber can bring you all of that. We haven't really seen any Yorkers so far. Perhaps being reserved for the death overs. As we see Jason Neiman there with some brilliant fielding. Stopping the ball, standing at short extra cover. There was a certain boundary that he saved. Manages to keep it down to a dot ball.
Jason has been a nice athlete as well. Making sure that he's just going to be seen as someone who's going out there and just fielding extremely well. Having a shy at all times, the wickets, keeping the guys, making the guys to be probably alert.
And Iinyathi in a previous delivery using his feet, illustrating his willingness to actually use his feet against Alindi Lemshetju.
See now, as I mentioned, he's been so cautious getting the singles going.
Yeah, and that ends the over. It's 165 for 2 after 33 overs. Uris Neyman playing a blinder. 92 runs. He gets to take a breather as well. You hope that won't affect his concentration as we go into the drinks break. Partnership is on 43. Going along nicely, are the Mpumalanga Rhinos.
Normally, when there's drinks, you probably find in other games you find out you'll get a wicket after that as well. So let's see how it goes, and we'll see you later on. Okay, side that's all coming from the river end side as well, and I tried running in there just to pick up the ball nicely. I think they settled for one.
Boss, just forgive us for that. We had a problem with the power here at the stadium, but we should be back on board now. Everything should be well. So yeah, let's continue enjoying the game. Shane Dadswell running in.
As I mentioned, he's going to be cautious until he gets to his 100, and it's one of those, man. If one of the batters go wild, normally won't get to 100. But if you become cautious and getting singles going, you get a century. He's going to try and get this two there, and they said, oh.
It'll be interesting to see the replay there, Teray, to see where the keeper was positioned, because it looked like there was a chance of there being a run out. But great running from Uris Neyman. Moves on to 95, just 5 runs away. He's played well. He deserves a century, especially after playing shots like that. Hits the ball in front of the man at deep mid wicket and long on. Moves on to 99. Low risk shot.
And I think with that throw from Nathan Rue, I think the throw was a little bit wide. Aswan Malika went wide there, and I think if it was like nothing straight to the keeper, I mean nothing straight to the wickets, and I think you would probably get him, or yeah. But they got a nice 50 runs partnership, the guys. I mean Snyman and Jemayet.
You are bowling to Mayet. Mayet is on 19. Comfortable. Takes him on. Straight over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. Showcasing his power is Muhammad Mayet. Huge 6 off the bowling of Alindile Mhletywa. Sends down a warning. Don't pitch it there. Just shaking his head, adamant. Tries to fix it, both straighter and a bit fuller. Straight to Jerome Bozzer actually at short mid-wicket. It's a vacant mid-wicket boundary there, Tare. It suggests that you shouldn't be bowling back of the length and into the body.
It's cow corner there. One of the poor deliveries from Mhletywa.
Uses his feet again, just tickles it down the ground, straight to a Apu Mnyanda at long on. Goes for a single. So far the over has gone for 7 runs off the first 3 balls. The rate has moved up to 5.2. Mpumalanga Rhinos once more. Great management of the game. A 6 followed by a single. Iris Neyman is on 1. You expect the Eastern Cape Iinyathi to move the fielders up to put as much pressure as possible on Iris Neyman, and so they are. Only 1 fielder on the boundary, 2 fielders actually. Deep backward square and Shane Dadswell at fine leg. Caution. Exercises caution. Does Iris Neyman.
That's the hardest time of your inning. I mean, whereby you have to get a single to get 100, and everybody wants a wicket.
With that single, Iris Neyman gets to his 4th list 100. A brilliant innings from the 30-year-old. Has navigated Buffalo Park well, has navigated the bowlers well of the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. He should be proud of himself. Brilliant stuff, young man. His team has been applauding since he got to the 90s. Never looked flustered at any stage of the innings. Setting his team up nicely. Well played from Mayet, but Shane Dadswell was able to.
That was close, eh?
Perhaps a bit of fatigue setting in later on Iris Neyman. Shane Dadswell did well to stop that ball from running away for a boundary. As we end the over, it's 182 for 2 after 35 overs. 15 overs left in the innings.
And Snyman on 100 and Mayet on 27. I think Snyman started well with his innings, and then he batted extremely well to get his maiden century at a nice pace. I think he's done well. He started nicely, and then later on in the innings he started to try and hit the ball nicely and attack.
Takes him on again, straight down the ground. Nico van Zyl! Chad Clausen rather with a Superman attempt. Chad Clausen with a Superman attempt. Ball goes for a 6. Using his feet again does Mohamed Mayet.
A good gesture from Jason Niman there. He called the umpire. And he called the umpire and said, listen, Mr. Mr. Fanameva, that is a 6, not a 4. Because Mr. Mr. Fanameva signaled 4 there. So it was a good gesture from him. And I'm telling you now, normally those small things, they do put your side in a good space sometimes.
Oh, brilliant shot. Brilliant shot from Uris Neyman. Has the shackles off, taking on the medium pace of Shane Dadswell. Straight over the man at long off. No chance for the man at long off. Score moves on to 195, very close to the 200. Tries to take him on again, scoops the ball up.
Yeah.
The captain, Jerome Boza, takes the catch. Running over. An overhead catch from the captain, Jerome Boza, to dismiss Uris Neyman.
That was a brilliant catch from the captain, Kangesi. And it was overhead top of a thing, catch, and then he just got it nicely. It was brilliant from the captain's point of view.
Straight off the bat, Jerome Boza looked like he didn't have a chance to get to that ball. Look at him running over. Eyes on the ball at all times. We spoke about the supreme athletic ability of Jerome Boza as the crowd gives it up for Uris Neyman. Brilliant innings, got to his 100. You'd like to say he looked a bit fatigued, but the ball before he had just smashed over long off for a boundary, for a 6 rather. New batsman coming in for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Benjamin van Niekerk. You'd like to think that it forces a game plan change for the Rhinos. Mayet had played a team role in that innings. He made sure that the pressure was never on Snyman. In that partnership, rather, he made sure that the pressure was never on Snyman by taking on the mantle of being the aggressor, which is something you wouldn't normally associate with him. But it made sure that Snyman got to his 100 safely. And unfortunately, he couldn't kick on after that. But Dadswell gets the breakthrough. 34 runs in his 3.4 overs, but he finally got the breakthrough for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi.
I did mention to you that one of these medium pace bowlers, the one who will be getting Stamen out, and they did. And well done to Dadswell, Sain, and well done to the young Charan Bosar, who just had a nice catch.
Straight off the mark is Benjamin van Niekerk. Shane Dadswell changing the field, yeah. Alindile Mhletjwa coming in from deep fine leg to short fine leg. Oh. Well done from the wicket keeper, Iinyathi Malika. Ball just straight down the leg side and so wide. Score moves on to 197, just 3 away from 200. It was 100 for 1. 200 for 3 seems very nice for the team. Dadswell tries to bowl a Yorker. A bit too close to the body, and Mayet quickly navigates that one straight to the man at cow corner, which is Jay de Klerk. It's a different setup for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi today, with spin being so ineffective in a game like this one. Normally you have Jay de Klerk at this point. He's closing in on his 10th over, but he's only bowled 4.
Yeah, I think now I'll be reluctant to. It will be a good thing to get Jay de Klerk to come in and dot down. What do you think? I want to put the pace bowlers. Jade will come and bowl now. I'm telling you, he'll get lots of wickets, and he'll contain. And it's the right time for him. Those guys who've been attacking, they're gone, and then the guys who want to play good cricket, they'll be the ones who can get out easily, cheaply.
Yeah, there was a bit of confusion in the Eastern Cape Iinyathi team there to see if whether Chad Claassen or Jay de Klerk would be bowling the next over. But Jerome Boza, captain, finally deciding to go to his premium player in Jay de Klerk. So de Klerk about to come in for his first over from the Bunkers Hill end. Something different. Actually, not the Bunkers Hill end, the Buffalo Park Drive end. Something different for the team to navigate from the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Let's see how Mayet does, yeah. Fortunately for de Klerk, his problems persist with bowling these balls down the leg side. Keeping Ncedisi Malika very busy there behind the stumps.
Mpumalanga Rhinos won the toss this morning. Kent elected to bat first. And at the moment, they are 198, 199 for 3. 199 for 3 after 36 hours.
The 200 comes up for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. 200 after 36.2 overs, 36.3. Well played so far from them. Great platform being set up for the middle to low order batters to just go all guns blazing. And you generally, as you've mentioned before in commentary, Terry, you generally don't want to go back when facing Jay de Klerk because he has the one that slides on, and it's not easy to pick for the batters.
Straight.
Oh, that one was a bit too short, but he missed out there. He had the whole cow and mid-wicket region gaping, but he misjudged the length of the delivery and his timing was off. Instead, they're able to go through just for one run. Makes space for himself, finds the gap over Alindile Mhletywa, and it goes for 4. Perhaps didn't time it as well as it would have liked, but the result is all the same. And that's how we end the over. The score is 205 for 3 after 37 overs. Jay de Klerk didn't get the welcome back he wanted, but it's all good for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. It's important that you mentioned, Tere, that the Mpumalanga Rhinos won the toss, and we thought it was a peculiar decision to decide to bat first at Buffalo Park first of all, and we had a lot of rain in the past 7 days, and the last game that was played here on Wednesday, it was affected a lot by the rain. So we thought that maybe there'd be moisture in the pitch, which allows the ball to swing a bit more, for the ball to seam a bit more. But so far, apart from the opening bowlers, we haven't really seen that much movement.
Yeah, I think earlier on, it was like it showed big time that there is movement in the pitch, and the same as Nico and Chad, they were outstanding, seeming in and out, and they were doing well. And later on, like Alin and as well, could not swing the ball as much as they wanted to. But now, oh, and the sun.
Chad Clausen, sorry Terry. Chad Clausen back into the attack and back with some excitement. First ball up, manages to escape the bat of Benjamin van Niekerk, but the ball was too high.
Yeah, as I mentioned to you, after a big partnership, there always be a lapse of concentration to the batters, and we are witness that. We'll see how it goes this time around.
Quick single taken. Mpumalanga not able to keep that down to a dot. Good running from the Mpumalanga Rhinos batters between the wicket. These two teams, third and fourth on the log. Mpumalanga Rhinos on third, Eastern Cape Iinyathi on fourth. A win here will go a long way towards helping each team get to the semi-finals or at least to a straight final come the end of the league phase.
What would be the right score or the projected score here? Kengesi, if you have a look, at least most defendable score or the gettable score. What do you think?
Over the years at Buffalo Park, you generally want to get anything above 250 is a good score because the ball doesn't really get onto the batters much, so it's not easy to score.
So probably 280 plus will be the good score here.
A good score for the Rhinos is anything above 300 because they have 207 before we've gotten even to the 40th over.
Yeah.
So they have 7 wickets in hand. Even the players that are in now, they're capable of smashing the ball to all parts of the ground. It's just a case of picking your bowlers, understanding that you probably don't want to go after a bowler like Nico van Zyl. But some other bowlers are easier to face than others.
Yeah, that's correct.
So anything above 300 for the Rhinos in this game, anything below 300 actually would be very disappointing for them. They've got 12.1 overs left, which is 72 deliveries. They'd like to think that they're going to go maybe over 100 in those 72 deliveries. Shouts!
He tried to give himself some space to carry the ball through to the covers, but great fielding from Nathan Rue, who stopped that one our run.
And that's how we end the over. 38 overs gone. It's 208 for 3. Mayet looking comfortable. Van Niekerk just making his way in. Looking to adjust himself nicely to the conditions here. It's never easy coming in after a partnership that lasted for so long. You have to adjust yourself fairly early.
Yeah.
And you have to get going because you've only got 12 overs left in the innings. It's well played. Mayet just runs that ball down the ground. Mpumalanga standing at square. Long on rather. Jade de Klerk looking to be effective for the first time this game. Uses his feet, smashes him between short extra cover and the man at sweeper on the offside. Mayet looking as comfortable as ever in this game. JT Clerk gets the breakthrough. A
He's
soft dismissal of Muhammad Ma'ayet. But JT Clerk, as ever, being effective, whether he intended to or not, to bowl it that way. But the end result is the same. Nicholas Ma'ayet departs for 45 runs of 44 balls. Brilliant innings. 3 4s and 2 6s. Which brings to the crease the prodigal son, Nonelela Yika. It's always going to be emotional when Nonelela Yika comes back to the border region. Place where he started his career. Playing for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi as a teenager. Did Nonelela Yika, made his way into the team, cemented his place in the team. And then, for reasons only known to him, decided he needed a different challenge and went to the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Good player of spin is Nonelela Yika, and JT Clerk will know him very well from the 3 years that they played together for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. So let's see how he navigates himself in this innings with only 11.3 overs left. And Van Niekerk also still trying to find his way into the match.
As I mentioned to you, when you put back on Jade will get wickets because guys batting in this middle order, they would like to play. It's a cautious game. They'll try and play a cautious game, and we're trying a cautious game. You'll get yourself out sometimes, and that's what is happening now.
Well, actually, it wasn't a very good ball from JT Clerk because it looked like it was a low full toss. It just played all around it.
But I mean, that was, see, he's comfortable to play spin, which can be a downfall as well. And he was trying to manipulate everything, running down and hitting the ball.
It's important for Yika to play his game, yeah, as he does. Stick to his game. He knows he plays the spin as well. He likes to sweep.
Yeah.
So he swept off his third delivery. He was comfortable enough to do that. And that's how we end the over. Yika gets off the mark. 214 for 4 after 39. JT Clerk, of that previous over, got the breakthrough. The big wicket of Ma'ayet. And it's the first time in the game that the Mpumalanga Rhinos don't have a settled batter at any stage. So they're going to have to rebuild in the last 11 overs.
Yeah.
Chad Claassen will continue from the Bunkers Hill end.
214 for 4. 214 for 4. Mpumalanga Rhinos in 39 overs. Chad Claassen coming to the Riverside end. To Nonelela Yika. They've been together in the camp of the Eastern Cape Iinyathi.
Actually, Chad Claassen is one of the few players in this Iinyathi setup that wouldn't have had the privilege of playing with Nonelela Yika. As he came in this season, he was leaving. Yika just plays that one down the ground, finds a single, which is a big part of his game. He's able to find singles from whichever angle of the ground. And the field doesn't really change. He has 4 fielders on the leg side. A man at long on, at cow, a deep square leg, and a fine leg. Everyone else on the offside is inside the circle. Bit of confusion there, but Chad Claassen finds a way to get to that ball before the batters cross.
We're happy to see Toby Lehlatuka playing the emerging, and it's good for him. He's a seamer from the Iinyathi who's been doing extremely well with the ball, and now he's been roped into the CSA matching setup, which is brilliant.
Yeah, Tobile Hlatuka is a vital player in the Eastern Cape Iinyathi team. Usually as that third seamer
Yeah.
or third seaming option for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, and is also very, very handy down the order. Actually comes in at 7, if not 8. It's a big loss to the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, but it's a big feather to the cap of him and the team that they're able to get a team in the SA Emerging, a player in the SA Emerging team.
No, it's spot on. It's spot on.
The field here that Chad Claassen has, Derry, as we mentioned, 4 fielders on the leg side boundary. It's suggesting that he needs to be bowling straight at the stumps, maybe target that off stump, because no one is on the boundary on the offside. That's it. So a shot as good as that one only yields you 1 run because of the perfect field placement that we have in store.
You're quite right there. And, the score moves to 216 for 4 after 39. 216 for 4 after 39.
Eastern Cape Iinyathi have 10 overs after this ball to navigate.
Hi.
Nonelela Ika tries the scoop on Chad Claassen, seeing that there's no one on the offside boundary. The short third man will always tempt a batter of Nonelela Ika's trickery to try shots like that.
If it was me, I'll never play that shot.
Different generations, Derry, perhaps?
Yeah. What's the point of playing a risky shot than hitting the ball nice and straight for 4?
Umpire signals the start of the third power play. 5 fielders out now for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. So 2 fielders out for the first power play, 4 fielders out for the second, and 5 fielders out for the third one. Jay de Klerk has all the protection he needs. And here's one of those players. The ball hits straight to Lihle Sizani at sweeper on the offside. There's Yika. Uses his feet, finds a single, manages to navigate that ball past Jason Neiman, who's standing at cover. And Lihle Sizani once more covers that gap, and they keep it down to 1. Small, intricate changes being made by de Klerk for each delivery here, which suggests that he has a plan for each bowler, each batter rather. That's the one that slides on, but I think he missed the line rather, today, because it was going down the leg side.
Yeah. And sometimes they don't, the balls don't turn, they go straight.
Oh, he messes that one up again. That's the kind of delivery that he got a wicket with. But Nonelela Ika watched the ball straight from the hands and just guides it down to the man at deep backward square leg. Just cuts him down to the sweeper on the offside. Go through for another one. Last ball of the over from Jay de Klerk. gone for 50. He's gone for 51 off his 7 overs. Uncharacteristic of the ever so reliable J.T. Clerk.
He's the guy who's got so many fifers in his side, and he's been like a great season campaigner. And he's done well with the ball, and he's a good all-rounder like in Fletcher as well. I think these two guys have been good campaigners in their space. And once again, sometimes you got a good day, sometimes you got a bad day. And no, I don't think it's a good day for him, but he's claimed 1 or 2 wickets.
Yeah, it's 41 overs gone. 2-2-2. Double Nelson. Double Nelson for 4. As a coach, Tare, and you would know this, you go into your team planning, your team strategy, and you say, if we can lose just 1 wicket every 10 overs, then we're sorted, we're good. Is that the kind of situation that the Mpumalanga Rhinos find themselves in now? 40 overs gone, 4 wickets lost?
It might. I mean, it might be strategy that they were looking at, but it just depends. And if Plan A doesn't work, we go to Plan B. And yeah, sometimes the plan works. Sometimes it doesn't work.
Looks like it's worked so far for the Rhinos, setting themselves up nicely here for a score above about 300. But it has to be said that the loss of Mohamed Mayet put a big spanner in the works. Chad Clausen. Iinyathi wanted to go for the second run there, but Benjamin van Niekerk turned him down very quickly, because one of the quickest players you'll see between the wickets.
And he's always run well with Mayet, who was quite a shortish guys, and they like to run quickly, those quick singles and those 2s and 3s. Yeah.
Chad Clausen's got 4 fielders on the leg side boundary, and is bringing in Nathan Rue from the offside super position into that cover region, and has asked Shane Dadswell to go down to the long off boundary. Straight. And he bowls straight. Jason Neiman picks it up late, but he's able to field that ball. Excitement in the crowd and on the pitch. Great running from Nonelelaika. He was running to the danger end there, but he backed himself to get there before the ball was thrown in. And he got there comfortably in the end.
And I mentioned to you, all these short guys, they like to run those quick singles or 2s and stuff like that. Him and Mayat, they always have a great partnership and a great running between wickets, which is outstanding.
Once more, ball straight, but he was able to find the gap, and Jason Neiman on his game. Another Superman dive to save the boundary, and they're only able to get 2 runs. Chad Clausen will appreciate fielding like that.
A good feeling there from
that's
Jason.
A brilliant save.
Brilliant save from Jason there. A nice backing up from Jade.
That's the security you get from bowling straight and having field setting like that, where you have 4 fielders on the leg side boundary. It allows you to bowl straight and asks the batter to actually be the one that manages to pierce a gap, meaning that they have to hit the ball extremely well and also find the right gap as we end the 42nd over. 42 overs gone, 4 wickets lost. The score is 229. Yika and Fanika trying to rebuild in the last 8 overs for the Mpumalanga Rhinos.
Partnership of 16 runs. 229 for 4 after 42 overs.
Uses his feet as Yika finds the neck, but Malika drops the catch. Very disappointing for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Difficult one to pick up from Ncedisi Malika when the batter's moving all around the crease. Tries to move again as Yika. Manages to go through for 1, but Jay de Klerk seems to have found his rhythm in his second spell. Perhaps the pressure's getting to them now because they think they deserve that 300-run total. And the turnover between balls from Jay de Klerk is extremely quick, doesn't give the batter enough time to think. Oh, well played. Manages to evade Jason Neiman standing at extra cover, but Lihle Sizani is able to cut that ball, and it's only down to 2 runs. Oh, brilliant fielding from Nico van Zyl at short fine leg. Going down with his left hand, importantly, and managing to gather that ball fairly easily and keeps it down to 1.
Normally these tall guys, they're reluctant to go down. Oh.
Premeditated reverse sweep there from Nonelela Yika. Would have been better served playing the conventional sweep, especially as that ball was just running down the leg side. And that's how we end the Jay de Klerk over. He's bowled 8 overs for 56, 1 wicket. Score is 234 for 4 after 43 overs. 7 overs left in the innings. Chad Claassen set to bowl out.
He's bowling his last over.
He's gone for just above 3 runs and over.
And now he's done. He's done extremely well in this kind of situation.
Importantly for him, he's managed to avoid the firefights. He wasn't bowling during the spell when Snyman and Mayet were taking the match to the... Snyman and Cook, rather, were taking the match to the Iinyathi. Follows Nonelela Yika as he gives himself room. Jay de Klerk does as he does so well, keeps it down to 1 run. Nonelela Yika showing his cards early here, using his feet, moving around the crease, making sure to keep the Eastern Cape Iinyathi bowlers guessing.
See that Jade, when he had himself there. His risk.
Misses his line there, does Chad Claassen and his lane. Gets away with it, just 1 run. Van Niekerk won't be happy with himself after that delivery. Feels like he missed out. Eastern Cape Iinyathi have managed to wrestle this game back. It's now looking more like a 50-50 it was at the very beginning. Once again, uses his feet as Nonelela Yika finds the gap, but Nico van Zyl is able to cover that space. And it's only 2 runs. outfield here at Buffalo Park not as quick as it usually is, but perhaps the batters not playing the ball to the areas of the field that are usually so quick.
I think the rain effect, I think, it's showing now. It's showing now because it ran a lot, and you see that, I mean, it's not that quick, and then it's nascent, like a moss underneath. $2.39 for 4 after 43 hours. 2.39 for 4. That's the score of the Mpumalanga Rhinos.
Scampers through for a single to Benjamin van Niekerk. A Yorker, well executed by Chad Claassen. It's important as a batting team, if you're batting first, to observe how the bowling team went about their business. Eastern Cape Iinyathi realized that the spinners weren't getting much purchase from the Bunkers Hill end, and they changed Jay de Klerk and bowled him from the Buffalo Park Drive end. Nonelela Ika pierces the gap, and there's no chance for Apiwe Mnyanda. Ika gets his first 4 of the game.
As I've said, once again,
An unfortunate way for Chad Claassen to finish his overs for the game. Finishes with 10 overs for 43. This over went for 11 runs. 10 overs for 43 for 1 wicket rather. Jay de Klerk continuing. 2 overs left in his spell. As I was saying, do you think that the Mpumalanga Rhinos will operate with spinners from the get-go, from the Buffalo Park Drive end?
it depends.
Chance for Chad Claassen to take the catch. He takes the catch. Benjamin van Niekerk gives his wicket away straight to Chad Claassen at long off. No power in the shot. He was going back to Jay de Klerk, which is something that we've been saying you shouldn't be doing. As casual as you ever have it, if you're Chad Claassen, he had just gotten to his mark, just put on his cap, and as he turned around, he saw the ball coming straight into him. Another spanner in the works for the Mpumalanga Rhinos, and it's getting harder and harder to see them getting to above 300 when stuff like that happens. Jay de Klerk, as we said, he hasn't been his usual effective self. Been uncharacteristically expensive in this match, but he's bagged himself 2 wickets.
As I mentioned to you earlier on, I think if you get him back, and with those batters batting in the middle order, it will be difficult for them to try and score off him. But I mean, the guys like Iinyathi was comfortable and hitting the guy. I mean, it's difficult, and he was going to get wickets like currently. So going in to join Lela Ika is Gareth Dukes.
Got the wicket off the first ball to Jay de Klerk. Gives him a chance at potentially bowling 5 balls to the new batter, that is Gareth Dukes. Doesn't like to stick around as Gareth Dukes. Usually goes for 4s and 6s. But let's see how he operates here. Standing way outside his leg stump. And then he quickly moves on with his trigger movement. exposing all the stumps. Perhaps showing Jade de Klerk what his intentions are. Oh, well played from Gareth Dukes, but Nico van Sale showcasing his athleticism, goes down, gets that ball up, hurts himself in the process, doesn't really care.
Oh,
Nika, he bowls. Jade de Klerk, double whammy in this over. Nonelela Ika is bowled once more, going for the reverse sweep where the conventional sweep was perhaps the better option. Jade de Klerk bowls him around the legs.
and I've been saying, why are you playing that shot? If you can hit the ball straight down the leg side, why playing that shot?
There's some confusion in the crowd whether or not to celebrate Nonelela Ika's wicket going down because he is an old boy of the region. We have a mostly Eastern Cape Iinyathi pro crowd sitting around us, yeah. But the wicket wasn't as celebrated as much as the others. New batter coming in for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. The big man, Herman Rolfs joining Gareth Dukes. Two big men, behemoths. You'd like to think that they can clear a long boundary.
I see Iinyathi warming up nicely. How many balls good Yorkers at the end? You might be giving a shot.
Jade de Klerk coming and clutch for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi in the final 6 overs. Chance for 3 wickets in 1 over. And he's still got an over left after this one. It's too late for the Mpumalanga Rhinos to be thinking of seeing him off because they don't have that many overs left. And a ball like that, it just shows you again that he hasn't really been on the money as Jade de Klerk, but he just keeps finding ways to churn out wickets. Unconventional use of the feet there from Herman Rolfs. As we end the over, Jade de Klerk, 9 overs for 58, 3 wickets. Score is 246 for 6 after 45 overs. Apua Mnyanda looks set to be coming in. Change of ends for the young man, bowling from the Bunkers Hill end. His first 6 overs were from the Buffalo Park Drive in.
And Iinyathi has been successful in the midweek game, coming from that Riverside end. And let's see how is he going to be operating in this today. And I think he's coming around.
Yeah, he's coming around straight up to Herman Rolfs. And you'd like to think that Apua Mnyanda will employ as many Yorkers as he can, yeah?
Yeah. And he's good.
Will try and use the pitch, or use his crease rather. Play with an open face. Tries to go about it straight up, but the ball is tickled down for 4 down the leg side boundary. No chance for Alindile Mhleke on the fine leg side. And Mpumalanga Rhinos finally get to their 250. 250 after 45.1 overs. But you can see what Apua Mnyanda was trying to do there. trying to target the stumps. Perhaps didn't get the length right. Easy pickings. Once more, doesn't get the length right, but is targeting the stumps. Go through for a single. Chad Claassen running in from the deep mid-wicket area to around cow corner. Cuts it down to 1. First 2 balls of the over. Nyanda hasn't found the right lane. It's different now. He's bowling to Gareth Dukes. He's also just faced 2 deliveries. Oh, tries the surprise bouncer. But the ball wasn't quick enough to have that element of surprise. And Dukes manages to navigate that ball to Chad Claassen. Seems to have found an extra spring in his step after taking that catch off of Jade de Klerk. The key for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi would be to keep the boundaries to a minimum.
Yeah. Spot on.
And the extras to a large minimum. That's why you have to make sure that your field is strategically placed and the gaps between your boundary riders aren't too big.
I was just going to ask someone, why don't you try and bowl over the wickets the first 3 balls and see how it works, and then go back to your normal stock ball, because at the moment
Managed to go through for 2 there. Apua Mnyanda not finding his length properly. At first it was missing the Yorker length. Now he's just bowling full tosses. And there was an easy 2 for the Mpumalanga Rhinos batters. Collaborative fielding from Jason Neiman and Chad Claassen on that cow boundary. Once more, not finding his length there as Apua Mnyanda. The ball was too full, wasn't a Yorker length. Was a full toss. And they've already gone for a boundary in this over. So the Mpumalanga Rhinos are well set up with 10 runs coming from this over so far. Last ball of the over. Should have been the last ball of the over, but he's bowled another wide, has Apua Mnyanda. It does help the Mpumalanga Rhinos when it comes to momentum. All the momentum that was built up, all the pressure that was built up from that Jade de Klerk over is slowly subsiding because of how long this over is taking and how many runs they're able to conjure up. A slow ball bouncer from the 20-year-old fast bowler. Something you don't usually see. And that's how we end the over of Apua Mnyanda. The score is 258 for 6 after 46 overs. Nyanda's got 7 overs. You've got 4 overs left for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. You expect Jade de Klerk to be bowling this last one, yeah. After that, you've got 3 overs. Nico van Zyl is going to come back. And perhaps Apua Mnyanda is going to bowl another one.
Yeah. I'd love to see guys trying to restrict the guys to 80, to 85. And then I think that'll be a nice, reasonable score.
Once again, Jade de Klerk misses his length, bowls a full toss, finally punished. Finally punished by the Mpumalanga Rhinos. 6 for Gareth Dukes over the square leg boundary. been a long time coming for that shot. Jay de Klerk fixes the lid, but they're able to run 2 for 2. Hits the ball straight over the man at extra cover. But Chad Claassen running along the boundary rather, from the long off region to the extra cover region. 8 runs off the first 2 balls of the over. Brilliant stuff. Once more, Jay de Klerk strays down the leg side. Punished. Nico van Zyl tries to save it. It looks like he has, and he keeps it down to 2. Brilliant commitment shown by the fast bowler.
I think they Jade at this stage is trying to bowl 2 straight, and one like the full toss one, which is, I mean, was a freebie. See, down the left side.
Once more he bowled a bit too straight. The Jade, fortunately for him, wasn't punished. But that's 13 runs.
Yeah.
Or 11 runs of the first 3 balls of the over. Well played. Look for 2 here. Should be an easy one. Oh, that's brilliant. Brilliant play from the Mpumalanga Rhinos batters. Herman Rolfs showing that he's got a bit of touch in that brute force game of his. Trusting his hands there. Closing the face of the bat at the last second to make sure that that ball goes to the leg side.
Yeah.
Well played. Seeing him off of his last delivery. Now Jay de Klerk has done 10 overs for 71. 3 wickets. Expensive, but also effective because he's got those 3 wickets. Substitute fielder Matt Fourie running straight into the pitch to take the helmet to suggest that the last 3 overs will be bowled by seam. Jay de Klerk is done. Gets his umpire. Gets his cap from the umpire. Pure Mnyanda will carry on from the Bunkers Hill end, hoping for an exciting flurry today in the last 3 overs of the innings.
What I was thinking as well, as I mentioned earlier on, why can't you maybe take probably first 3 balls over the wickets?
Oh, Mnyanda gets the wicket. Too quick. Too quick is a poor Mnyanda for Gareth Dukes. Manages to get the gloves. And Mncedisi Malika holds on to a brilliant catch.
I think that was brilliant there from Nyanda. I mean, he's got a slow bouncer, and I think he just nicked off there at the end.
Now that ball was too quick. Almost took his head off. He was evading more than he was playing, was Gareth Hughes. He goes for 14 of 9 balls. He's got a 6. And that short stay at the crease. That's a brilliant way to start the over for Apu Mnyanda, especially considering how he went in that first over. Matthew Fourie getting back onto the field, the substitute fielder for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Lihle Sizan is going off for a bathroom break, it seems. John Hendrickson coming in for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Hopefully for them he stays long enough to help out Herman Rolfs. And hopefully for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, Apu Mnyanda is able to get the wicket of Rolfs. Said to be a brilliant chase though, enthralling chase that's in store. Mnyanda with 5 balls left in the over.
Look at the guy with the cooler box.
There's
Jeez.
all sorts of commotion around the ground. There's a guy with a cooler box.
Shit.
Disturbing player walking in front of the side screen. Oh, quick single. Good batting, getting the set batsman on strike. Good batting from Henriksen. Nice Sunday afternoon at Buffalo Park.
If you can have a look at the pitch now, can guys see what do you think? Nice and hard now in the afternoon, and nice chaseable score.
Anything from here is a chaseable score, especially as you just mentioned that the pitch is hard, it's dry, it's dried up because of the sun.
Yeah.
We've mostly had the sun all morning and early afternoon.
Yeah.
So it gets better to bat in conditions like those, but you'd like to see how the Mpumalanga Rhinos bowlers navigate their stuff. But generally it gets easier to bat the more sun you get throughout the day.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Or Nyanda will bowl 1 or 2 wides down the leg side. If he comes over the wicket, I still maintain. If he comes over the wicket, and then you can maybe try those. Because at the moment it's tied to bowl nicely and see that one.
That's gone! Brilliant! Brilliant from the wicketkeeper, Mncedisi Malika.
Yes.
Brilliant awareness from Malika. Took off his glove, went straight for the stumps.
No, it was out. I mean, a direct throw there. It was brilliant.
The pressure being exerted by Apua Mnyanda with that bouncer made sure that the batter was uncomfortable and was unaware of where he actually was on the pitch, of where the ball was. Malika surely gets a bonus for that.
There's another guy going across with the colour box on the other side.
There's another man going around with a cooler box.
Coming in Iinyathi.
New batter coming in for the Mpumalanga Rhinos is Akhulile Mkhathu. He'll try as hard as he can to get Henriksen on strike. With 2.2 overs left in the innings, it's important for the Mpumalanga Rhinos that Henriksen gets the majority of the strike. Of those 14 deliveries, Herman Rolfs, I mean. It's important for Herman Rolfs to get the majority of the strike. And so far he's been stranded on the other side in the past 4 overs.
Yeah.
Do you think the Eastern Cape Iinyathi team might be better served if they had the fielders on the leg side, not on the boundary, but inside the circle to make sure that Mkhathu stays on strike?
Yes, he bowled nice.
Never mind that. Apua Mnyanda coming up clutch. Iinyathi.
She's good. Good ball.
Pace.
Good ball from Nyanda. And see, that time as well was going down, just hitting the leg side. And yeah, I mean, good yorker. Nyanda always good bowling, good yorkers at the end, especially when he bowled to number 11 and number 10 and number 11. I thought it was a great brilliant. It's a long walk now from
Katu.
Yeah.
He's telling himself, I'm not here to bat, I'm here to
Yeah.
bowl.
Yeah.
Apu Mnyanda brings something different to the Eastern Cape Iinyathi team. He wasn't present for the T20s. He was injured. But now he brings a different dynamic to that death bowling because he's got the pace and he's got the right deliveries in mind to employ. Now he's got a fresh target. Temba Maupa. Temba Maupa is a fresh target for Apu Mnyanda, and you can see, even from all the way up here, you can see that he's licking his lips. The prospect of bowling to Maupa. Got one ball left. Obviously, Herman Roos won't want to get a single here. Apu Mnyanda.
That lady looks like one of our border prospects from Mpumalanga. I think he's a CSM from Mpumalanga. Nakubonga Tikmolo. I think they've got another club coordinator as well. Another coordinator as well from the Tane, Tabile, and Mbasa Kadusha. Most of the border guys have been going for greener pastures in Mpumalanga, which is a good thing to do. And well done to Stay Sharp, but the guys have been doing well there.
2 overs left. Score is 275 for 9. There were 3 wickets in that last Apu Mnyanda over. Run out courtesy of Mncedisi Malika, and 2 wickets for Apu Mnyanda himself. Nico van Zyl coming back in to bowl the 49th over. So you expect Nyanda to bowl the last one from the Bunkers Hill end. It's a good thing that you mentioned later, Ray. Seems like there's a lot of Iinyathi cricket DNA in that Mpumalanga Rhinos setup.
It's important.
Nico van Zyl starts with a wide. It will be interesting to see the wide count here from the Eastern Cape Iinyathi.
If we have a look on the 50 overs that they were allocated, and we've got like 13 wides now, or 13 extras now. I mean that instead of bowling 50 overs, allocated overs, we bowled 2 more overs, like 52 instead of 50. Which the coach can maybe have a look at that and see in practice how the guys are going to be getting disciplined on those.
Field placement is even more important in these stages of the game, as you just saw there. Herman Roos refused to take a single, as he has just done now, because he knows that he wants to keep strike and he can't be taking singles. So the Eastern Cape Iinyathi bowlers will try and make sure that they bowl to areas where they have cover on the boundary. And you wonder for how long Herman Roos is going to be willing to do that.
Is it trusting your partner or not trusting your partner?
He'll try and go for 2 runs there. Interesting to see. Oh, Aphiwe Mnyanda fumbles the ball. Aphiwe Mnyanda, one of the fielders in the Iinyathi setup with a rocket of an arm. That would have been interesting.
One short run. One short run.
The umpire is signaling something very interesting here. A short run. Perhaps the excitement getting to the Mpumalanga Rhinos batters and the anxiety as well. Oh, brilliant fielding. Brilliant fielding from Alindile Mhletywa. That's exactly the type of stuff you want to see as a batter, as a bowler.
Yeah.
Even when you bowl a loose ball like that.
Fielders getting behind the ball properly. I think the guys have done well.
Decides that he needs to take the single, and he's gonna trust Themba Maupa to face the last delivery. It's important here for the Mpumalanga Rhinos to make sure that they actually finish the number of balls that they're gonna face. It's another thing to be facing 49 overs and then be bowled out, but you actually want to face all your deliveries. And this is the last wicket. Oh, Nico van Zyl did everything but get the nick there. And that's how we end the 49th over. It's 278 for 9 after 49 overs. Herman Rolfs trying to do a rescue mission here. Get his team close to 300 runs. He's got Aphiwe Mnyanda to contend with. Mnyanda's on a roll here. 2 wickets in that last over. For him.
Probably 3 overs. I think they're 3 overs over. Then the time's supposed to be, I don't know, half past or 25 past, something like that.
Brilliant shot.
Oh,
No chance.
That's 4. Jason was-
Brilliant shot from Herman Rolfs at the start of the last over of the innings. Aphiwe Mnyanda getting nowhere near where you wanted to place that ball. Once more, it begs the question that Ray was asking in the previous over, in the previous overs that Mnyanda has been bowling. Why isn't he coming over the wicket? He's struggling with the angle. Once more, he turns down the single, trusting himself to deal in boundaries is Herman Rolfs. He's got 4 fielders on the leg side. There's Aphiwe Mnyanda. A long on, a cow, deep square, and fine leg. Oh, what a brilliant catch!
What a catch!
What a brilliant catch! One-handed catch!
Nathan Rue. I think he's done a great job. I mean, Nathan Rue, he turned around and just put his hand out there. That ball just stick out there to his hand and he's out. That was a brilliant catch.
Once more, that was one of the deliveries where you felt as if straight off the bat, Nathan Rue had no chance of getting to that ball. But it pulls off a marvelous catch to end the innings prematurely for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Eastern Cape Iinyathi once more getting a wicket off of a full toss. And that's how we end the innings, 282 for 10. all out actually. After 49.3 overs. Akiwa Mnyanda with 3 wickets for 51. The target is 283. Target is 283 from 50 overs for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. We'll see you back shortly after the innings break. Welcome back to Buffalo Park for this CSA Division 2 One-Day Cup match between the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, the home team, versus the Mpumalanga Rhinos. The Eastern Cape Iinyathi have a healthy target set up for themselves here against the Mpumalanga Rhinos. They need 283 runs of 50 overs to move themselves above the Mpumalanga Rhinos in the log table. The Rhinos are currently third in the CSA Division 2 One-Day Cup. The Eastern Cape Iinyathi are fourth. Some highlights from the Mpumalanga Rhinos. First innings is Yuris Neyman getting his 100. Scored a brilliant 100, well measured. Unfortunately, he couldn't kick on. And some backhand brilliance from Apua Mnyanda towards the end of the innings, and Jay de Klerk. Straight off the mark of the Eastern Cape Iinyathi via a leg by Nathan Rue was the one facing that first ball, and John Hendrickson is taking the new ball for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Of course, I'm not alone here in the commentary box, as I have been the entire day. I have been with Mr. Raymond Boy, a legend in the cricket sphere in South Africa, here to provide for us some expert knowledge of how the match is most likely going to go. Eastern Cape Iinyathi also have a left-hand, right-hand combination up the order. Same thing that happened with the Mpumalanga Rhinos. And we'd like to see how this fares out. Looks to be a great chase in store for us. Raymond.
Yes, gangster, good to see you at after lunch graveyard session at Nathan Rue and Bossor opening the batting.
Oh, well played from Jerome Boza to get off the mark. Second run for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Just managed to hit the ball left off the field at extra cover. Goes through for an easy single, and small signs here in this first over that show that the ball is coming onto the bat nicely, and it doesn't look like the sun is going to go down anytime soon. It's still only just before 2:15, so the pitch is going to get harder. Even a ball like that, where you see that the ball just went straight through, there was no movement off the seam. So it looks like the Eastern Cape Iinyathi are well set up for a good chase. But the Mpumalanga Rhinos bowlers as well, they need to make this a contest, a big contest, because it's a good total that's set up for them.
During lunch, Kangesi, I just saw
good call from Captain Jerome Boza. Nathan Rue had no idea what the ball was there, but Jerome Boza took control, and he was running to the danger end, and they made a good call, and they scampered through for a single.
Yes, I was just saying, I couldn't believe how the guys are catching. I mean, that Nathan Rue left-handed catch, and then the other one that we watched at TV during lunch, it was outstanding. I mean, Tajeda was cutting the ball out. Brilliant catch.
Yeah, it would be a brilliant thing if all fielders from all cricket levels, or from all levels of cricket, would aspire to get to the level of a Glenn Phillips. He's a modern day legend when it comes to catching and when it comes to fielding.
I can't believe that Kohli catch is outstanding. One-handed, then guys right-handed. You just put your hand there, the thing starts, and that's it. I think it shows that, I mean, guys have been watching good cricket, they've been playing good cricket, they've been outstanding in all the disciplines of cricket. The fitness levels, bat, bowl, fielding, and the attitude is the right attitude. You see the guys are in a good spirit.
Yeah, the first over was gone. It's gone. It went for 4 runs, three for uh, Henriksen in that first over. The other run was a leg bye rather. Well played from Jerome Bossa, but straight to the man at short extra cover. It's a packed offside field for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Only 3 men on the leg side, and that short extra cover complementing the man at cover, and Nonelela Ika at point.
This is the position that Jason Lemond was feeling at. I mean, you can see that the guys, they'll set you up nicely where they're going to ball outside of stump. And normally they put a nice half volley, sometimes outside of stump, whereby you have to hit it hard. And if you hit it hard, it will go up straight to that guy at short cover. But let's hope for the best of these two.
Oh, well bowled. Well bowled from Gareth Hughes. Manages to entice Jerome Bossa to come forward, but the ball wasn't full enough for him to play it that way, for him to go for that full-blooded drive.
Thanks for Nathan Rue. Just have a chat to him. You can just leave those, let it go. Nice chat there by the guys. Complimenting each other. You can see first 15 minutes, can you see the ball is going to move. Especially the white ball, I know. And Duke has been swinging the ball away as well to the left-hander. It moved in nicely there, and nice carry, and moving nicely. That's the type of thing that you're going to get.
2 consecutive balls there where Jerome Bossa played and you missed. Finally, scampers through for the single. Does well for himself, does the Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain. And these two, used to each other, to playing with each other by now. They would have played with each other at border and the 15 level back in the day, before Nathan Rue went to the Free State, if I'm not mistaken.
And yes, he went to the Free State, University of Free State after matric, and they've been playing together, go quick under 17, under 15 as well.
Nathan Rue facing Gareth Hughes for the first time. Hughes makes it move away, manages to get that shape away from the batter. But Nathan Rue exercising patience there, just leaving the ball alone as we end the second over. 5 runs for no wicket lost after 2 overs.
As Nico was doing earlier on, Kagesi, he was moving the ball away from the left-hander, and into the left-hander, sometimes ball away from the left-hander. That's what Duke is doing. Richard said, in the first 15 to 20 minutes, the ball is going to do a lot, and then later on it's going to come nicely, and with the wicket, which is nice and hard, and we will see.
First wide delivery of the innings, courtesy of John Henriksen. The Mpumalanga Rhinos opening bowlers are a bit different from the Eastern Cape Iinyathi bowlers, in the sense that they are more of workman-like bowlers. They hit the line, the length, hard, graft. Jerome Bossa manages to pierce the gap and it goes through for 4. Just lent onto that delivery. First boundary for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Signs once more to array of how the ball is coming onto the bat nicely and why it's always a good decision to bat second when you know that the sun is going to be out the entire day.
That was a good shot from Jerome Bossa, same time. They took off that guy at second sleep, same time. they put it in a short cover position, whereby they're going to entice the guy to drive and put Iinyathi back.
Interesting that he has been placed at more of a short point, and then Nonelela Yika is at backward of point, and now they're exchanging positions. Nonelela Yika is going to short point, and the fielder that was just there has gone to backward of point. So they're expecting Jerome Bozza to be playing the ball under his eyes instead of going with a full-blooded movement. Oh, and he plays it to the leg side this time. Henriksen straying from his line, and he gets an easy 2, does Jerome Bozza. That's exactly how you want to get it. Straight up.
Maupa runs in and pick up the ball now straight from the boundary with a nice left-handed pickup, and it's off straight to the keeper, and they're settled for 2 runs.
Another full-blooded drive from Jerome Bozza, but Nonelela Yika bravely stands in front of it at short point and makes it look easy. Jerome Bozza, of course, Jerry, is coming off the back of a century in a losing effort against the KZN Tuskers.
Yes, I mean, he played well. He's been doing having back-to-back hundreds, which has been a big plus for Iinyathi, and he's been doing well.
As we say that, John Henriksen with a brilliant delivery, finding the right line and the right length, enticing Jerome Bozza into playing that drive. Unlucky is Henriksen not to get the nick there. But so far, Jerome Bozza has been showing that he's not shy to go for the drive. So he's trusting the bounce, he's trusting the pitch here at Buffalo Park, because we end the 3rd over. Score is 12 for no loss after 3 overs.
Score is 12 for no loss. After 3 overs, I think guys are going with probably 4 and over. The required rate is about 5.8 and over, but they're doing well.
Gareth Dukes continuing from the Buffalo Park drive end. Nathan Rue facing the first ball and he fends it off to the man at cover. No run taken off that delivery. Nathan Rue so far hasn't been facing that many deliveries. The skipper, the captain, Jerome Bozza, has been facing the majority of the balls. Oh, finds the nick, but it's played with soft hands and it bounces just in front of the man at 3rd slip. And they managed to scamper through for a single. The hands were very important in playing that shot for Nathan Rue, because he was beaten, but he made sure to play with soft hands, making sure that the ball doesn't actually reach the slick fielders. Once more, Jerome Bozza goes for the drive. It's in the air for a short while, but it bounces just short again of the man at cover. So it's a gamble really for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain Jerome Bozza, because it looks like he's adamant on playing the shot. But there's 4 or 5 fielders out there waiting for him. And I cannot believe that the umpire hasn't given that as a wide. chest. Oh, well played from the Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain Jerome Bozza. One of the very few balls that he's managed to leave in this inning so far, and he's faced up plenty. Previous delivery to that one, he had gone for the full swing, making his intentions clear early on. Oh! Brilliant delivery from Gareth Hughes to end the over. Pulls the line back. Jerome Bozza's stuck in his crease, doesn't know where to go. Could only try and fend it, but he's lucky, he's fortunate not to have found the outside edge. 13 runs of 4 overs for no wicket lost. In that last ball, he managed to pull the length back. It set up Jerome Bozza for so long, so well, by bowling full, and then finally deciding off that last delivery to pull the length back, and Jerome Bozza didn't know whether to go forward or go back. Ended up being stuck in his crease. Nathan Rue also finding it tough. As Nathan Rue. Henriksen hitting his lines and his lengths, bowling a heavy delivery. But the Eastern Cape Iinyathi will be happy with how things have gone so far. They need 270 of 275 balls. I think the most important column there is the wickets column. They'll feel as if, as long as they have enough wickets in hand, this game is within their control. And for the Mpumalanga Rhinos, conversely, they'll want to put themselves in a position where they take a wicket on average of 6 overs. A wicket. And of course, it's a regulation field as well for John Henriksen. He's got fine leg, a very square fine leg. Is basically covering fine leg and the square leg region, and a very square third man who's also basically covering the fine leg, the third man and backward point region. Those are the 2 fielders outside. It is the first power play. You are only allowed 2 fielders outside. Oh, another brilliant delivery. Nothing Nathan Rue could do there. You might say that he actually played it well, so that he missed and didn't even get the nick. Good lines and lengths from the Mpumalanga Rhinos bowlers. And they fired up in the field. This amount of pressure needs to yield a wicket. Oh, and he almost got it there. Got him stuck in 2 miles. He doesn't know whether to go forward or stay back. And he finds the inside edge. But fortunately for him, it lands safely. Good over so far. No runs from it. Last ball. Can you make something happen, John Henriksen? Oh, brilliant fielding. Herman Rolfs makes sure that we get our first maiden of the day. 5 overs gone. Score is 13 for no loss. Eastern Cape Iinyathi need 270 of 270 balls. Good start from the Mpumalanga Rhinos bowlers. And as you just saw there, equally backed up by the fielders.
Kangesi, I just want to ask you a question now. I know you've been talking about the guys hitting the right areas, and I think the lines, they've been having good lines, bowling good lines. What do you think if you compare these guys with the Iinyathi bowlers?
As we see that good ball being bowled once more by Gareth Dukes. For me, the Mpumalanga Rhinos bowlers have been more consistent hitting their lines and their lengths, and they don't necessarily rely on swing, because you could see a bowler like Nico van Sale. He has the control, but he's more of a swing bowler up front. He uses his wrist a lot. These bowlers are bowling with their shoulders mostly, and they just make sure they want to get the ball straight through to the keeper. And that's been the main difference for me. They've kept it simple. The only time that boundaries have been hit is when the batter or the batsmen have played a good shot instead of it being a bad ball. I'm not sure if you understand that correctly.
Yes, I think you're spot on there. I mean, Dukes has been beating the outside edge of Jerome Bosser, and he's been troubling him as well. And I think his line and his length, Duke has been on the ball. And I think one downfall to us, we pitch 1 or 2 full and then 1 or 2 short.
Gareth Dukes has the Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain in trouble here. Bowling back of the length, Jerome Bosser would preferably want to play the ball on the front foot, but he is being backed into a corner. Perfect line and the perfect length from the man from the Mpumalanga Rhinos. That's exactly the line that Jerome Bosser would like, and that's exactly the length he'd like, so that he can go forward the whole time.
And then if I was him, to get a single and go to the other side and watch, it would be a good thing. I mean, just get a single, try and manipulate and get a single. I know it's not an easy thing to do. And then go to the other side and watch.
It's good pressure being built up by the Mpumalanga Rhinos, because that's 2 overs now where the score hasn't actually moved. It's rare that you see that back-to-back medium maiden overs. And again, you feel as if this kind of pressure needs to yield a wicket. The pressure is going to get to the Eastern Cape Iinyathi batters, and they're going to try and force a shot, and then the Mpumalanga Rhinos are going to capitalize.
I think they'll probably capitalize on the first change bowlers, and whereby they can just getting those singles going. I think it's a good thing that even if the guys are bowling tight, at least get those singles going. Because to get the singles going, is just get that pressure off you as well.
Once again, John Hendrickson managing to beat the outside edge of Nathan Rue. The batters are feeling the pressure here, Terrain. The Eastern Cape Iinyathi batters are feeling the pressure, and the Mpumalanga Rhinos bowlers and the fielders are noticing it. They're feeding off of that energy at the moment.
Lots of overs, lots of balls. I mean, you can do whatever you want to do there. And I think the best is just to get the singles going. And I mean, to guard it to third man, to get a single, which is not bad.
Oh, once again, a brilliant delivery from John Henriksen.
See, he's got the ball whereby there's sometimes you cannot even leave that ball. You just want to hit, you want to play it. And that's the awkward length that is bowling, the awkward line that is bowling, which is a good one.
Oh, once again, a brilliant delivery being bowled by John Henriksen. Beating the Eastern Cape Iinyathi batters, all ends up. And that is now 16 balls without a single, without a run being hit.
The area that is bowling, the line that is bowling, it's a key in that regard.
But as you said, it's important for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi batters not to try and swing themselves out of this rut that they currently find themselves in. It's very early on in the innings. They can easily make up the runs that they're missing out on at the moment. Just whether the storm is what they'd like to do or is what you think they'd like to do.
If the bowlers are got bowling good line and good length, why don't you just leave it?
Like we said, a single ball was going to come. Henriksen misses his line and his length and is ably punished by Nathan Rue. And that's how we end the over. 17 for no wicket lost after 7 overs.
As I've said earlier on, I think they mustn't put pressure on themselves. They're putting good lines, good lengths. Why don't they respect that? Because they're going to come a time whereby they're going to pull one bad ball and they can punish that for 4. And this is what happened even now. Last ball, Henriksen just bowled 1 and then he just like Nathan hit it for 4.
Jerome Boswell plays it off the back foot, but straight to the man at cover. It's important that the captain himself exercises the kind of patience that was shown by Nathan Rue in the previous over. Just waiting for that bad delivery to come and then punishing it, not necessarily trying to force a scoring opportunity out of nothing. Well bowled and well kept out, well fielded, great cricket all round.
Take that one nicely there. And it was a good yorker from Jukes and Jerome Boswell hang that nicely. Good shot from Jerome Boswell. Hit that one nicely and went straight through for 4. Actually, it's nice mid-off boundary there. 4 runs, I think he score moves to 21. Without loss after 7.3 overs. You can see Snyman is coming, running to the ball nicely, nice and stiff of his 100. Jerome just watched the ball nicely, and as we mentioned, and Vice as well from coming to end, whereby they just have to be patient and patient and patient until the bad ball comes and they can punish it for 4. I pulled that one nicely, and I had to pick it up and throw back to the keeper. And Jerome moves to 5, to 14, and the score moves to 22. 8 overs gone. 22 for no wicket after 8. 22 for no wicket after 8. Jaram on 14, Nathan Rue on 6. What I was thinking of saying, it's good that you get the run rate in the similar position with the balls, or the balls to be over than the score needed. And that's the main aim that you must do. Last weather at Buffalo Park, the home of Eastern Cape Iinyathi cricket. Lucky there.
Flashes at a ball that's perhaps a bit too close to the body for Jerome Bozza to cut properly. But he's been showing his intentions from the get-go as the Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain, trying to take the fight to the Mpumalanga Rhinos. But even so, the Rhinos have managed to keep the rate down to 2.6. Once again, plays a full-blooded drive. Not really sure he was trying to hit that array, or how hard he was trying to hit it, or whether he needed to try and hit it that hard.
I think the key is to time the ball nicely, hit it through the line, and you can hit the ball nicely, say 1 bounce 4 runs, if you just time it nicely.
He's flirting with danger though, the Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain, as he scampers through for a quick single, but the fielder makes it easier on him by fumbling the ball.
My yet was number 4, they fumbled the ball there.
There's a high chance there of Jerome Bozza being in big trouble, and you want to think that it's the pressure that he was feeling that forced him to try and take that quick single.
Yeah.
Last 2 balls of the over to be faced by Nathan Rue. Oh, plays it off the legs. Off the legs. A gimme. That's a gimme. Nathan Rue equally able to dispatch that ball. Once more, the pressure's released. The bad balls all coming to Nathan Rue, and the good balls all being faced by Jerome Bozza.
Yeah, right. He just clipped that one nicely for 4 at square leg boundary, where he just bowled straight to his legs.
And that's how we end the over. 27 for no wicket lost after 9 overs. More or less the same as it was with the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Only difference is that the Eastern Cape Iinyathi haven't lost a wicket. That 4 there of the second last delivery, Tere, it was indicative of how bowlers are actually affected by the left-hand, right-hand combination, because if he was bowling that line to Jerome Bozza, it actually would have been a good line and a good length, but he was bowling it to the right-hander, so it was an easy clip off the legs.
He's spot on.
Goes again for the full-blooded drive, does Jerome Bozza, and finally manages to get it through. The man at mid-off felt like he was in the game for a second, but those feelings quickly dissipated. The score is 31 after 9.1 overs, and the Eastern Cape Iinyathi will feel like they're in a good position as we head towards the end of the power play. Oh, it's a good follow-up delivery and ably played by Jerome Bozza, leaving that one alone, which is something he hasn't exercised a lot in this innings.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier on, I think maybe they might capitalize on the thing. You know, the bluffing on that thing. Taking guy out there and putting the thingy, that's a bluffing. He's going to ball full and outside of stump. You see that?
And as you said it, Ray, it was a bluff. He took the man at fine leg, brought him into short fine leg, and he took the man at square leg and went to the square leg boundary, which is something that tells you he's going to be bowling a bouncer.
Yeah.
But he didn't. He bowled outside of stump.
Because, I mean, you're thinking of that bouncer and you can't move your feet.
Goes for the full-blooded drive again as Jerome Bozza doesn't get to the pitch of the ball as well as he would have liked, but is able to get it for the fielder. Messes up Herman Rolfs. Can't save the boundary. That's 2 fours in this over for Jerome Bozza, and there's still 2 deliveries left. The score looks a bit more flattering to the Eastern Cape Iinyathi team as more than it was a couple of overs ago when they were under all sorts of pressure. The Mpumalanga Rhinos bowlers bowling a couple of loose deliveries and Jerome Bozza capitalizing as he is well known for doing. And he leaves that one as he should.
He leaves it and he leaves it well. 35 for no wicket after 9.5 overs.
Wickets in hand are very important in games like this where you're chasing a score that's above average.
And I was thinking, let's see, when you're chasing such such a score, I think the comparison between the balls and the score. I mean, the balls must be more and the score must be less. So your run rate must be important. It must be probably close, or you must make sure that you pass your. The score is over. The score is lesser than the balls.
As you say that, Ray, the umpire signals the end of the first power play and the start of the second one. It's interesting to see if Mpumalanga Rhinos are going to change the field settings or the field placements. It all doesn't look like they have. They still have 2 fielders out, a fine leg and a third man, but they are changing bowlers. They have a new bowler coming in, Herman Rolfs, who won't be happy because he had to chase a ball to the long side of the boundary just a couple of balls before he came in. Let's see how he fares against Nathan Rue. Nathan Rue just fins at that one, goes through for a single to the third man boundary. Straight off the mark against Herman Rolfs. He's a skiddy bowler as Herman Rolfs. He won't try and bounce you out. His ball just skids through, comes through well to the keeper. Let's see how Jerome Bozza actually operates against him.
.36 for now. We get to that in 10 overs. Iinyathi, Iinyathi, Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Oh, wide.
What do you make of the field setting here on the offside yet, Ray? We've got Nonelela Yika at
Point.
point. And there's another fielder who looks like he's also at point, but differently placed in front of point.
Yeah.
Jerome Boss is going to try and look for two here, and he gets there easily. Well played from the Eastern Cape Iinyathi cap.
Hey, no.
Hey, nah. The bowler not happy that that they were able to go through for 2 runs. Also gets hit by the ball from a massive throw coming from the back end of the third man boundary
Jokes.
from Gareth Jukes. Now he's limping as Herman Rolfs is really not happy.
Poor guy, I mean, he's been walking back to his bowling mark, and then all of a sudden, throw comes in without even looking. Just hit him straight to his.
It hit his calf. Hit his calf, but he's all good and well. He's a warrior. Buzzer again goes for the drive. Doesn't time it as well as he would have liked. No run. You mentioned something that's important here, Terry. You said it's important for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi team or the batters to try and make sure that the run rate doesn't get, the required run rate doesn't get too far away from them. At the moment it's 3.7. As we say that Jerome Bozov punishes Herman Rolfs. And the Breibach hopefuls enjoying every bit of that shot from Jerome Bozza. Herman Rolfs is simply not quick enough to be bowling that kind of delivery to Jerome Bozza, especially if he doesn't have any cover in that area.
As I mentioned in the previous innings.
He goes again, same punishment.
Never ball short at Buffalo.
Nonsensical bowling there from Herman Rolfs. Back-to-back boundaries for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain. And that's a brilliant way to end the over. 47 for no wicket lost after 11.
I've said it all. Never ball short at Buffalo Park because you're going to go fetch.
That's a brilliant take from the umpire. The throw came in from the boundary.
Mr. Van der Merwe.
Mr. Van der Merwe with the brilliant take.
Not bad at all. You can see cricketers.
Yeah, you can see a cricketer.
He's been a cricketer in his olden days, young days. Officiating, Mr. Van der Merwe, Mr. Casella.
Jukes carrying on into his 6th straight over. That Herman Rolfs over wasn't good for the Mpumalanga Rhinos because it brought the Eastern Cape Iinyathi team back within reach of that required run rate. But the same field persists. Only 2 fielders out, even though they're allowed to have 4. In fact, they're even putting in a second slip. Very attacking mindset from the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Jerome Bozza goes through for 1 quick single. As we've mentioned before, these two are very quick running between the wickets, and they seem to have developed a nice understanding with each other as an opening pair as they inch ever closer to a 50-run partnership.
They're complementing each other. These guys have been together since the age group teams where they've been together all the way, and they've been batting all together.
It died down before it got to him, and Jerome Bozza unable to capitalize.
I think he's one of those. I think he bought a slow ball. Jukes Sorry, Jerome could not get to the ball.
Oh, good line, good lane. That's a brilliant ball from Gareth Jukes. And well left by Jerome Bozza.
I think Jerome is just started to realize now that, I mean, if I hit and miss everything, I'm giving these guys hope that I'm gonna get they're gonna get the wicket. Let me just leave some, play some, and that's what he's doing now.
Oh, doesn't leave that one. Plays it straight over the man at mid-off. Stand and deliver from the Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain. And the partnership gets to 50. 52 runs. And a large majority of those runs have come off the bat of the captain, Jerome Bozza. 37 runs. It's come in good time. 72 deliveries. 50 partnership for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi opening pair. And he leaves that next one. Good batting. The Eastern Cape Iinyathi haven't had that many singles, yeah. It's just that the Mpumalanga Rhinos in the second half of that first power play bowled a few too many boundary balls and they were ably punished. He's going to try and get 2 runs there as Jerome Bozza, and he goes for it. The throw isn't as accurate as they would have liked, and they're able to go through for 2, and that's how we end the over. It's 54 for no wicket lost after 12 overs. Bozza has quickly raced to 39 runs off the back of those 4 boundaries in the last 2 overs. Nathan Rue ably supporting him, just knocking the ball around. In the previous season, the Eastern Cape Iinyathi managed to get themselves in dominant positions and then somehow were able to manage to let the game slip through their hands. It's not something we've seen as much this season. What do you think the difference might have been?
I think the guys have realized that they can't let it slip. They have to make sure that they bat and they bat nicely and they bat well. And they cannot let it slip. I mean, even the games that they won, and they won comfortable by 7 wickets, by probably 8 wickets. I mean, it has been so great, whereby they have to grasp and make sure that they're playing good cricket.
Change in the field. 3 fielders out now. There's a man at deep backward square leg. And Nathan Rue chips the ball up.
No.
And he's gone. Herman Rose takes the first wicket for the Mpumalanga Rhinos, and that's a breakthrough they desperately needed. Massive disappointment in the crowd. First wicket goes down. The score is 54 for 1. It's a top edge to the man at mid-on.
Nathan as well, I think in the midweek game, he came and he hit a ball that was not there to be hit. And earlier on, you don't try and smack those. You try and work the ball around. You just try and work the ball around. And then later on, you can hit those, at least when you get to 50. Yeah. Lihle Sizani coming into bat.
Lihle Sizani replacing his old boy from Queen's College, Nathan Rue. Lihle Sizani is coming in. Managed to stamp his authority in the Eastern Cape Iinyathi setup this season. Found himself batting at a very crucial position at number 3. Has been able to get a couple of 50s in the 4-day game and then also in the List A tournament, this 1-day cup. Let's see how he fares here, because you'd like to think that the situation requires a batter who is more, as you would like to say about him, a batter that's more reserved,
Yes.
because they don't need someone to try and swashbuckle their way to victory here.
No.
They just need to carefully measure their innings.
And someone who can rotate the strike will be the ideal.
As he has there.
Yeah.
Straight off the mark is Lihle Sizani.
Those are the ones that they're supposed to get. Even previously. You blink the eye, you're on 50. If you get those singles going, bat ball, you punish it for 4 and take it from there.
Yeah, perhaps Nathan Rue guilty of trying to take the game to the Mpumalanga Rhinos at a time where they didn't actually have to do so.
No. They were getting back to the run rate.
Oh, that's a tight one. But the umpire probably thinking that ball pitched outside leg. Jerome Bozza's head there was all over the place. Once again, that gives hope to the Mpumalanga Rhinos bowlers. And it needs to get louder on the field. They need to put the pressure on the Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain. Calmly defends it on the front foot. That's Jerome Bozza. Two overs left in the over. Two balls left in the over. As he has so often so far in these innings, Jerome Bozza going for the drive, taking every invitation. And that's how we end the over. 12 overs gone, 55 for 1. 13 overs gone actually, 55 for 1. And that's where we got the breakthrough. Herman Rolfs getting the top edge out of Nathan Rue. Top edge edges the ball straight to the man at mid-on. Let's see how Lihle Sizani navigates his way into this game. Facing Gareth Dukes.
Still carry on.
Going into his 7th over. Straight. Oh, that's close. That's close. The umpire takes the side of the batsman, perhaps believing that ball moved too much off the seam and it was going down the leg side.
From here it is going down that side.
It nipped off the seam and it looked like it was going down. Lihle Sizani, not really the kind of ball you'd like to face as your second one. Once again, tempted to go forward. Great bowling from Gareth Dukes into his 7th over on the trot. Oh, another great delivery there. asking all sorts of questions, and Lihle Sizan is doing well to actually play the line of the ball that where the ball's supposed to go instead of actually trying to follow it. And in his short career so far, Sizani has shown that he's willing to graft his way into the game and grind until he gets comfortable enough at the crease. Early on in his innings, like many other batters, he likes to get the ball to onto the bat.
Yes, yes, that's the likes of Lihle. I know he's playing for most of his cricketing thing. He's playing for Tay University, and even there you find out they like to get the ball to come to his bat and then to manipulate from there. And I think he's done that. He's been scoring runs from Forte as well. He's been there and there.
Yeah, that's a good point because coming from a club cricket background, that's usually where bowlers just tend to aim for the stumps. So it gives you a chance as a batter to settle in a bit quicker because the ball is always coming onto your bat. So now when he's playing, yeah, as the over ends, it's 14 overs gone, 55 for 1. When he's playing here for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi or at professional level, the bowlers aren't exactly looking for the stumps all the time to try and get you out. So if they're bowling outside off and the ball's swinging away, he can be prone to an edge because he's always trying to get there.
Yeah. 55 for 1 after 14 overs. Bosser on 39, Lisa Sizani on 1. Nathan Rue just went out. He just tried to pull a ball which was not there to be pulled, and Mayet doing all the cleanup at the end. Jerome hit the ball lastly down to square leg bound, not square leg bound, the backward point at the boundary, and that was good fielding from Bata. The score moves to 56 for 1. 56 for 1. Zare got a nice single there. Down to third man. I think to get these singles going, it's the key for the Iinyathi, Eastern Cape Iinyathi, because it's a great thing to do. Because if you want to get closer to the score, you just have to get those singles going, and when the bad one comes, guys to good ball. No. Okay. Charam Bossa just stuck that one back in his ribs, and then he just went straight to fine leg for 1, and they settled for 1. Little Sizani just tried to flash that one outside of stump. It was a bouncer, slow bounce outside of stump. And he just missed that one. He went through to the keeper for no run. 58 for 1 after 14 overs. Mpumalanga Rhinos won the toss and later to bat first in the morning. And they scored 256 into 277 balls. 58 for 1 after 15. 58 for 1 after 15.
Only two.
I think the young joke is going to bowl the whole turnovers. Jara Bossar hit that one and he did well after a stamp. That's a top of point for 2 runs. And he moves to 43. Bossar hit that one nice. And they started for 2. And Snyman just cleaned it up, but pick up at mid off. He moves the score to 45. Hit a nice shot as well. See if he's going to come back. He came back now. See, this is another 2 from Jaron Bossar. It is set. Pass the ball off for 2. Snyman having a clean up here. Yuri. Jaron Bossar moves to 47.
Why?
64 for 1 after 15 overs. 15.5. Stoke is bowling another slow ball, and the thing is bowling well. He bowled 8, 1 or 2 maidens, and they scored 28 of his spell. I think he's going to bowl through. It's one of those campaigners. He's been bowling well. I think he bowled the 8, all 10 overs on the top. Lisa Suzanne facing to the left side. It's hard to hit that one high and hit it over a cow corner where there's no one there. Unfortunately, he hit it, I think, on the toe of the bat. they just fielded at mid wicket for no run. It's hard to hit that one. But I think he won't go for 4. I just went and they went through the top corner boundary and they set for 1, for 2. I tried to hit it. That one is like above head height. And the umpire signal 1 pair over. That was 1 pair over. Says you have to bowl only 2 and that's it. Ball the first one. They tried to pull that one, didn't pull nicely, and they set for 1. $67 for 1 after 64 for 4. Eastern Cape Iinyathi, 67 for 1. Pull it nicely. I think I'm going to set for 1 and then set for 2. Jeramu go to 49. So they're not taking drinks now at 45. $69 for 1. $69 for 1 after 17. I see that they didn't take any drinks break. And you see the guys walking around singing. They are from Forte. And Joke is putting his 9th over. These guys from Forte. They're just singing for Bopa, they call him Bopa. Bopa is his nickname, which is Little Suzani.
I'm sure they're supporting Muslim. Otherwise, those things?
Oh, okay, just a settle for 1 there. 70 for 1 after 17.2 overs. And Dukes tried to ball one outside of stump. So it's a nice slow ball outside of stump. And then Jerome just swung and a miss there. And then they didn't do anything there. There's like no run. 50 for Jerome Bosar. 50 for Jerome. 50 runs for Jerome Bosar. That was a 50 from Jerome Bosar. See, the family is here. Everybody is here to witness all those great, that great knock for him. Back-to-back 100. And he's done well today. 50 of 66 balls. And Lisa Suzanne just ran the ball down to third man for one. It's good that the guys are complimenting each other, getting ones and twos going around. You can see that Duke is a little bit tired now. Guys are going for drinks on the 18th over. Score is 72 for 1 after 18, with Manda Peter going in to give the drinks. Thank you. See you after drinks. Okay. There's Snyman coming on from the Riverside end to Lisa Sizani. Sizani just tucked in 1 for throw mid wicket for single. And the score moves to 73 for 1, 74 for 1. Jerome on 50. You can see Snyman has been bowling nasty. He is batting it well. Got his sunbird. You can see the body, the whole man. Body doesn't take it. Score 73 for 1. Bowling nice and straight. Oh. 74 for 1. 74 for 1 after 18 overs. And then Laika coming to the Buffalo Park Drive. Buffalo Park Drive. And then Laika. Putting his office. And thing is just cut it. So Snyman got a nice fielded nasty there. I think the guys will just keep on getting these runs going, whereby they have to get singles going so that they can get close to the score as much as possible. Then when it comes to them getting all the rounds, they can just get it out nicely.
Nonelela Yika, a product of the Eastern Cape. Iinyathi set up bowling to Jerome Boza, two players that have grown up together in the system. Usually you'd find a player of Nonelela Yika's caliber as a bowler or stature as a bowler not that hard to fend off, but it's different when it's someone that's played with you for so long and who understands your game for so long. Like that! Like that! Exactly as I was about to say it. Nonelela Ika on his day can get the better of Jerome Bozza because he knows him so well. A massive breakthrough in the game. A massive shift in the momentum. Just when the Mpumalanga Rhinos needed the wicket. A product of the Eastern Cape Iinyathi produces. Now the onus is on a player like Lihle Sizani to make sure that him and Jason Neiman, who's incoming, they steady the ship. Jerome Bozza goes for 51 runs. Oh, that's brilliant keeping behind the stumps. As we're trying to build it up, as the Yika versus Bozza show. Yika wins the battle in the first over. Tense scenes at Buffalo Park, because once again the confusion is there amongst the supporters. Are you happy for someone that's played for so long in this region? Or are you happy, or are you disappointed that your captain has just left the park? And that's the way we ended the last over. It was 76 for 12 to 20. Snyman aiming for a man of the match innings, but Lihle Sizani says, I'll see. Oh, yes. Brilliant fielding from Herman Rolfs. Nonelela Ika changing the momentum of this innings. And now Lihle Sizani playing one over the top. It's important here for Lihle Sizani to not feel the pressure and try to play as he fends that one off down leg, and he tries to go for two, but Jason Neiman quickly turns him back. It's important for these two now that are batting to once more try and establish a fresh partnership and look at this from a fresh perspective and not try to carry on with the momentum that they had before the wicket was actually taken. The wicket had actually fallen.
You're spot on, King AC. I think guys have to do steady, play each and every ball on its merit and try and get the partnership going. And I think if they can build a good partnership of 100 here, they'll see of the win here.
Quick single taken safely in the end. Jason Neiman, to your point, has straight off the bat hit that ball down to the long on boundary, got an off strike. Because that's the kind of game that he likes to play. So it's important that he sticks to the way that he likes to play.
It's true. And I think Jason as well has matured as a player, matured as a batsman, whereby, I mean, even in the midweek game, he scored nice 50. And whereby, I mean, we needed him to bat properly in complement to Jerome's 100 that he batted and scored. I think he has to go in there as well and make sure he's doing the right thing. And I think the guys mustn't underestimate Nonelela Ika. They must make sure that they're just playing him on his merit, they're playing each and every ball on his merit, because you can just destroy some of the team.
Well played by Lihle Sizani. The lone man there in the circle on the leg side was unable to cut that down from being a 1. And yeah, Nonelela Ika wasn't used particularly that much as a bowling option in the Eastern Cape Iinyathi setup. So it's interesting to see. It's quite interesting to see actually this happening. And it's also a different dynamic for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi to navigate as well, because in the previous matches, when the two openers were out, they struggled to really to stamp their authority on the game. So now we need to see how things are going to work out once they're not dependent on those two openers. That's actually a quite interesting one there. I'd love to see a replay of that.
Fortunately, was it? Fortunately, was in. Eddie 2 for 2 after 21 overs.
Jason Neiman gets a long hop on the legs, but he chooses to go the conservative approach and fends that one down to the leg side for a single to end the over. The score is 83 for 2 after 22 overs. Eastern Cape Iinyathi need 200 of 168 balls. The required run rate is 7.1. The current run rate achieved is 3.8. And Yuris Neyman is continuing from the Bunkers Hill end. He's got protection on either side of the boundary behind him. And a man at cow and a man at deep backward square. Suggesting to you as a viewer and also the Eastern Cape Iinyathi batters that he's going to bowl straight. And there Lihle Sizani tries to play the reverse sweep. The shot that Ringles
I don't admire the shot.
doesn't admire that. Oh,
If
fortunate.
if I can hit the ball up like that and get a nice without risk, that's perfect for me. If you play a shot with risk, it's not a nice thing to do.
Jason Neiman goes down on one leg, sweeps the ball, but he top edges it, lands safely. And it's fielded by the man at deep backward square.
I think I just to consolidate now and just try and just get 6 rounds and over at least, just to come close then.
They feigned a fielding change there, did Mpumalanga Rhinos. Oh, brilliant shot from Lihle Sizani. Cuts the ball in front of the man at cover, and he gets through for 2 runs. And that's how we end the over. The score is 88 for 2 after 23.
Please, if the score can be probably 100 after 25, not bad. And then they can try and get another 100 after another 25 overs.
Nonenela Ika continuing for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. He's coming in at 6 at the Rhinos. He used to come in at 3 for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Oh, doesn't look like Jason Neiman was able to get anything onto that, but the umpire disagrees. He says it's a 4. That's a tough one for the keeper. Not really anything he could have done about that. You love to see a battle between Nonelela Ika and Lihle Sizani, because you know at the back of your head that he was his direct replacement in the team in terms of what he offers with the spin and the position that he comes in at.
Spot on there. And I know Lihle has been doing well. He's been up there playing well, but unlucky.
Once again, Lihle Sizani tries to go over the top
Yeah,
of cover.
He's looking for that gap there. He's looking for that gap there at extra cover.
Is it advised though for him to be going for that big shot so early? Because he could just as easily try and just hit that ball down the ground and get a single.
For me, I'll try and play less risk. I'll try and play less risk, whereby I don't play too much of a risk shot, and then try and maintain the momentum until we get to probably 150, and then later on I can play with risk.
Umpire says no for that stumping opportunity,
Not out.
and the keeper cannot believe it. He's down on his knees, but he needs to get back up and support his bowler once more.
Katrara.
The replays show that there wasn't even a chance of that being out. But he needs to keep doing that. Nonelela Ika has the batters uncomfortable here. The Eastern Cape Iinyathi have a history of being haunted by former players. Is this another one of those latest?
Well, to see Mpumalanga, he was from Limpopo, he came down and he got lots of wickets here as well.
Oh, good quick single from Lihle Sizani
Yes.
to end the over.
From thingy from Mpumalanga came down from Limpopo. I think he got about 3 for 18, and he won the game for Limpopo against us here. And yeah, these guys they intend to do that, but I don't think that we're going to be the case today. I think we'll cross the line nicely today.
The Eastern Cape hopeful will certainly like that. Snyman continuing. Sizani is still playing on the back foot, which is ill-advised on this sort of pitch against a bowler like Snyman. It's also worth noting that the Mpumalanga Rhinos are employing spin on both ends at the same time, which is something the Eastern Cape Iinyathi didn't actually do. Oh, good stop. Good stop from Katu. Sizani is disappointed there. You can see as he's standing on the non-striker's end because he thought, for all intents and purposes, that was going down for a 4.
You're right.
Jason
I think
Neiman
they're gonna
steps
go for 2
across.
there. I think they'll go for 2 there.
Jason Neiman steps across there all the way to outside his off stump and plays the ball onto the leg side boundary, making sure that he didn't hit it too hard so that there was a chance for 2 runs, and it actually happened. And then he hits him for a huge 6.
And that is well said to as a good. Cut it up, guys.
And that's the 100 up for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, 103 in the 25th over. He got down on one knee and slog swept him. And he had every intention of getting that ball to go up. He'd been sizing him up. He knew that ball was coming because he'd been stepping across.
Yes.
And then he tries the reverse sweep, but it doesn't come off. And that's how we end the over. It's 103 for 2 after 25 overs. And just as my expert, Raymond Boy, alongside me had said, the Eastern Cape Iinyathi would love to get to 100, to over 100 after 25 overs. And the comparison there, for the Rhinos, it was 122 for 2. You wouldn't really want to pay too much attention to that kind of stat from the Rhinos because at the back end of their innings, lost their shape. They lost their way by losing too many wickets. Sizane does well to actually get a single off the first ball, but he didn't run that first one hard. And Jason Neiman doesn't look like he was happy there. He wanted more intensity. Nonelela Ika versus Jason Neiman. Oh, dropped! He's dropped! Nonelela Ika creates the opportunity. Jason Neiman, leading edge to the man at point. He can't take the catch. And is that gonna play a big part in the story of this game going forward? As we say that, Lihle Sizani immaculately plays the reverse sweep. Standing still, just shifting his hands slightly, plays it into that gap as Shosholoza rings out at Buffalo Park. They go through for a single.
He's spot on there. I think Lihle Sizane, he doesn't run his first run. If he could run his first run hard, and I think he'll have like 2 use there. He ran the first one slow, and now on our coaching manual, we tell the guys to run the first one hard. See, even that one, you have to put pressure on the fielders.
Perhaps Sizane feeling as if he's done enough in this over already with a boundary, so he doesn't need to take the risk. But that is a hard thing to watch when you see a batter going back that much for such a full delivery.
There's Nelson there for 2 runs over 26, for 2 wickets over 26.
It's interesting to see that the Mpumalanga Rhinos are still employing twin spinners at this stage of the game. Or as Jason Neiman plays the reverse sweep again, it's the reverse lap when he plays it like that. And they go through for a single. I was saying it's interesting to see that they're still employing the same tactic of bowling 2 spinners, especially as it looks like the weather is set to play a huge part in the second half of this Eastern Cape Iinyathi innings. The clouds are gathering up. They're not ominous clouds, it has to be said. They're not dark. But yes, you'd expect something to happen or there to be a shift. So is it maybe not advised for them to maybe introduce another a seamer? Yes.
Yeah, I think these are middle overs, and I would think these guys they would like to rush those middle overs as much as possible when the Eastern Cape Iinyathi trying to capitalize on that. Then they can put the seamers on. At the moment, they just want to bowl as much over as they can, so that their seamers can try and contend later on. But with that, saying that, we've got Duke, who's got 1 over to go. He bowled 9 overs. You see.
And that's the end of the over. It's 115 for 2 after 27. Eastern Cape Iinyathi need 168 of 138 balls. It's well poised, this game. You know that if they want to take risks, they risk losing wickets. And Nonelela Ika is going to continue. It's a nice battle once more. We had mentioned
You mentioned about the clouds. You mentioned about the clouds. I think there's the dark clouds coming from the sea, from the ocean point of view, and maybe that's why the guys are operating with spinners, and just to bowl the overs quickly.
Sizani using his crease very well there, moving laterally back and across. But yeah, this is the kind of battle that you want to see, Ture. A player like Nonelela Ika, who has an extensive background in these regions, he actually has good history with Jason Neiman, because Jason Neiman was his captain at Hudson Park when Nonelela Ika first got there.
Yeah,
So they have been playing together in the system for such a long time. And Nonelela Ika is one of those privileged players who can say he has a story with pretty much everyone in this Eastern Cape Iinyathi setup, but more so with Jason Neiman, because he was the one that captained him when he first got to Hudson Park.
that's true. He's spot on there.
And he followed in the steps of Jason Neiman as well, because Neiman played under 19 SA. Oh, so far down. Jason Neiman played SA under 19 in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. And then Nonelela Ika followed up a couple of years later. So there's a lot of history between those two players. And let's see how he does against him. Tries to force the reverse sweep again. Fortunate for him. And they take the third single on the throw. And that's what happens when you run hard for the first single, and that's how we end the over as well. It's 121 for 2 after 28 overs. The partnership is 45, going along nicely for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. It's brisked through to 45 runs.
That's what I said earlier on. I said I think if you can play risk-free cricket and try and build partnership in that, play each and every ball on its merit, and I think it'll be a great thing. And I think I can see now Snyman is stopped from the river end side. I think Maupa has taken over. I think he's a nice left from Sima, and we'll see. I don't know, Sima or spin, I'm not too sure. We'll definitely see.
I think it speaks to the weather conditions that we spoke of a few minutes ago, Ture, when we said perhaps it's time for them to reintroduce pace into the attack, seeing as we're having clouds coming over Buffalo Park. But I do see a rainbow, yeah? So
yeah, I see a rainbow there, meaning that it won't rain.
Yeah. The clouds will still play a huge role in the second half of the innings. This guy.
And they're gonna go see there. Yeah, I saw that. I thought so. There goes the message from. There goes the message from the change room. Good shot from Jason. And ball caressing now to the covers. I think the sweepers are just doing the nice thing there on the point boundary.
That looked for all intents and purposes like it was a 4. But the fielder
And that's a 50 partnership from the 2.
takes him to 50. 51 balls. I mentioned it was brisk. 50 or 51 balls. He has a very peculiar action. As Temba Maupe. Perhaps something that the two.
Training.
It is drizzling coming from.
And if you talk Duckworth Lewis, we're far behind that.
The Eastern Cape Iinyathi are currently 6 runs behind. And you wonder if that's going to change the way that they're going to bat over the next couple of overs, because the message will get across, especially to experienced players like Jason Niemand.
Already you see the gloves coming in there to say that the guys can just
The umpires have decided to stop the match and call on the covers to be taken on.
and the ground stuff is still far from the thing.
The weather has suddenly picked up here at Buffalo Park, and it's something you quite expect from the East London geographically, because something like this happens all the time. We have 4 seasons in one day. The ground staff doing their able best to make sure that things get sorted. And to be honest, the clouds don't look ominous like we said before.
Yeah, but what worries me is the Duckworth Lewis target. If you can see Duckworth Lewis target saying 133 and we are having 125. We're probably 3 runs or 5 runs short.
Welcome back to Buffalo Park for this continuation of the Eastern Cape Iinyathi innings, the run chase. We had a rain interruption and Duckworth Lewis came into play, and the umpires decided to cut 5 overs from the Eastern Cape Iinyathi's allocated 50 and 24 runs withdrawn from the chase that they needed. So now they no longer need 283 runs to win.
They need 259 runs to win.
They need 259 runs to win now. And, for some reason, we stayed out longer than it made sense, because it's been about 15 minutes since the players were ready to come in and play.
And quarter past, everything was done. The rain was off, and they waited until 10 minutes. Sun was shining, and
And it has to be asked, Ray, that break, is it going to help the Mpumalanga Rhinos, or is it going to help the Eastern Cape Iinyathi?
It is what it is. We'll see how it goes.
Oh, good decision there from Jason Neiman. Lihle Sizani once more, not running as hard as they could have. And that's something he's going to quickly have to learn. Playing in the professional space, that fielders are not going to give you an inch. If you try to take your time, you're going to be in trouble. So let's go back to Ray, to what you were saying. Who is it going to be more beneficial to?
Either way now, I can't say these guys. But if you want my honest opinion, Jason Lemons, when the guys were fielding, I want you to think about this at the long run. There was a 6 that Chad, he was catching the ball, and then Jason Demand stopped and called the umpire, that's a 6 rounds. I mean, to be fair and cautious.
Sorry, Ray. That's one of the worst balls that Yika is bound to bowl, and it's ably punished by Lihle Sizani. Getting a cake there from Nonelela Yika, and it's not even his birthday.
Yeah, I was saying small moments like that. The crucial moments in the game, run out chance, this and that and that and that. And there are moments whereby you got trust from the players.
Once more, Nonelela Yika contributes to the Eastern Cape Iinyathi cause. Brings the scores level on par with Lewis. Actually, the score has moved up to 139 now.
And I'm saying those crucial moments. And when one tries to cheat, mother cricket comes in. When one tries to make things up, things are going well. And once again, he was brilliant there with Jason Lement by saying, sorry, Mr. Empire, that's 6 rounds. And Chad said 6 rounds, which is a great thing. I normally go with that. But, yeah.
The 2 balls there Nonelela Yika bowled have forced him to try and come around the wicket to Lihle Sizani. And he tries to fix it. Jason Neiman goes for a quick single. Lihle Sizani for once bolts down the wicket, gets to the safer side. It's been a pretty good over for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi so far. Never gonna be out that. Got 2 more balls to go in this over, and it's considered a lot of runs. straight to the man at extra cover goes Lihle Sizani. First dot ball of the over.
That's straight to Sneeman.
Good way to finish the over for Nonelela Yika. The score is 139 for 2 after 30 overs. The Eastern Cape Iinyathi, after the rain and forced stop, need 120 of 90 deliveries.
So, 50 numbers left. We need 120. Or Eastern Cape Iinyathi needs 120.
Themba Maupe, the man with the unique action, is set to carry on from the Bunkers Hill end. Jason Neiman facing. Oh, almost chops it on back to the stumps. Reprieve for Jason Neiman. And he breathes a sigh of relief. So do the Eastern Cape Iinyathi bench. Left armer coming around the wicket, seems to be finding the right line. Oh, gets hit on the helmet as it was trying to scoop. It looks like he hit the ball into his helmet. And the umpires, of course, are enforcing the protocols, asking the Eastern Cape Iinyathi physio to come on in and check on Jason Neiman. Siwe Mtambo, the Eastern Cape Iinyathi physio. A hulk of a man. The good news is it doesn't look like we're going to have any rain anytime soon. It's a crazy fact that it said at 3 o'clock we'd have a 13% chance of rain, and it actually rained for 10 minutes and then it left. You don't see that anywhere else except for East London.
Yesterday in Queenstown, they said it's going to rain at 4 o'clock. It came down at 10 past 2, finishes at 2 o'clock, finishes at 10 past 2.
Good stop.
And they're looking for another one. They're going to get it.
Overthrows.
They got the other.
No one backing up there at the non-striker's end. You were saying about the weather in Queenstown today?
They said at 4 o'clock it's going to come down. And at 2 o'clock it came down. And then 10 past 2 it was finished. And then they have to go back again. And around about half past, well picked up. And then at half past, the lightning was close. 14 kilometers, we have to wait until 45 minutes.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah, we were waiting for the lightning. It was close. It was 13, it was 14. It came down 13 kilometers, and then all of a sudden, it went back to 18 kilometers, and then we started playing at about 20 kilometers.
Ooh. Themba Maupe managing to extract some extra bounce off the surface. That's something that we haven't seen much of in this game, never mind these innings. Would you like to attribute that to the small amount of rain that we just received? Oh, well played from Jason Neiman.
No one.
Finds the gap between the player at backward point and cover.
And I think now, from now onwards, Kingesi, we definitely need to have probably a boundary or two each and every over, so that it can bring everything down back to the similar positions as the balls.
On the Eastern Cape Iinyathi team sheet, it says that Iinyathi Malika is going to be coming in before Shane Dadswell, and it hasn't particularly been like that for the first few games of the season. Do you think there's any reason for that in particular, or is it just how they're written down, but they'll probably go according to the match situation as to who's going to come in first between those two?
Yeah, I think they look at the dynamics of everything. They can see the match, how it goes, and then they need someone who can maybe run it up, and then otherwise, when someone comes in.
New bowler has just come in for the Mpumalanga Rhinos,
Which is Gato.
Akhulile Mkhathu, and immediately he has the keeper stand up. And you wonder how that's going to affect Lihle Sizani's game, because he has been dancing around the pitch, especially when he's facing the slow to medium pace bowlers.
Yeah, fortunately, he's used to that. Someone standing up.
Well played down the ground from Lihle Sizani. That's an element that you'd like to see more of in his game, where he just punches the ball down the ground with a closed or open or straight bat for that easy single. Oh, loses his shape. And 5 runs, 5 fortuitous runs for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, and the 150 comes up. That's definitely not what the captain ordered. 151 runs of 191 balls, a single 6 in the innings, and 13 fours. Partnership has swiftly moved up to 75. Jason Neiman is on 33. And Lihle Sizani, quite suspiciously, is on 47. I think the right word to use there is inauspicious.
Okay.
Moved up to 47.
Okay.
As in, it hasn't been eye-catching, but he has quickly moved on to 47, briskly. Reminds me of Tere, if you remember the game. Reminds me of the game, the 4-3-8 game, where Herschel Gibbs played a blind of an innings. But the man who actually got us through was a born and bred player, Mark Boucher, where he scored 50. And you only realized that it was on 50 at the end of the game. And you're asking yourself, when did he get to 50?
Yeah. And I'm telling you, that game, I think, umpiring it all boys, and I was told by the guys at runabout during change of innings, the score was 4-3-8, and I said to myself, we'll never get it.
Shot by Lihle Sizani to bring up his 50. Moves on to 51. Everyone in the stands is proud of Lihle Sizani. None more so than his teammates at the UFH Academy. 51 of 62 balls. Doing a brilliant job for his team, and it's important for him to just kick on. His job is nowhere near done.
Yeah, you spot on there. And when I heard what happened at the change room, Carlos, cool and calm and collective guy, came in there. He said, "Guys, the ballers have done their job, and as batters, have to go and do our job as well." And Gibbs, he went in and he did the job and the guys. And well done to at the end to Makaya and Boucher, who did extremely well.
Dere, you can't talk about that match without mentioning the special innings played by Buta Dipena.
Spot on.
Yes, he played his role there, huge role in that game. 3 important runs, 2 more than Makaya and Tini.
Yeah. And I mean, I've never seen Makaya play short like that. I've never seen Makaya dabbing a ball straight to a fine leg, third man, and in the whole of my life, I mean, with Makaya, it's cow corner.
He usually aimed for cow corner and the ball went straight to third man.
Yeah, dabbing it to third man was a special moment for me.
He'd aim for square leg and the ball would go to backward point. No run there. Lihle Sizani needs to take his time. He has put his team in a good position. Doesn't want to give his wicket away. The Mpumalanga Rhinos have cover on the leg side boundary. A man at deep square leg and a man at deep mid wicket.
He's bowling a little bit straighter now, but you could see the guys they're catching on them as well, bowling outside of stump, cutting, doing all sort of things. And now it's bowling straighter, so that if you miss it, you can't. If you miss it, it'll be short and stuff.
A release short for him would be... That's 1 for the over, according to the umpire. A release shot for Lihle Sizani, if he pitches it up again, would be to actually try and hit it over the man at mid-on.
Yes.
A wide. It's not a very good line to be bowling that bouncer, especially since you don't have any cover on the fine leg boundary.
Yeah.
It's a conservative period for the Mpumalanga Rhinos, Dere, because they're finding themselves in a situation where as we end the over on 159 for 2 after 33 overs. It's a period for them where they have to speed up the number of overs bowled, not because of any overrate issues, but because they want to get the overs of Maupe and Katu over and done with so that they can go back to their strike bowlers, because Dukes only has 1, but
I don't think Hughes will ball again because what happened is that if it's 45 overs, guys have to bowl 9 overs each. So I think he's
that's
done.
a good observation.
Yeah, he's done.
Brilliant observation.
So Julius ball 5, he probably ball another 4.
He's got 2 more in him.
Yeah.
So well played from Lihle Sizani, but straight to the fielder who fumbles, and they manage to get through for 1. He's not happy with himself there, Sizani.
Yeah.
He wanted to get that ball finer.
And you can't show the opponents that are unhappy. All you do is just to walk nicely.
Oh, Sneeman. Seeing Jason Neiman moving to his leg side, decided not to bowl that ball. Once more, the fielder cuts that ball down to just 1 run.
61 for 2 after 33 overs.
Sizani once again makes room for himself, but Snyman cleverly follows him and is unable to capitalize.
Yeah. If he stayed in this crease, you could count that as a 4.
Neiman as well makes room for himself. It's a stacked offside field on the edge of the circle. Hence the Eastern Cape Iinyathi batters keep trying to make room for themselves so that they can hit the ball over. Sizani once again misses out. And again is not happy with himself and is showing it. But he's going to be in trouble one of these days when he keeps running down the wicket like that.
Yeah.
Because he's too nonchalant in his running.
Yeah.
If the fielders are more aware, they can just throw the ball hard at the end that he's going. Jason Neiman finds the gap. He's going to try and go for 2, but Nonelela Ika, one of the better fielders on the circuit, cuts it down to 1. And that's how we end the over. It's 165 for 2 after 34 overs.
I'm looking at the score and the balls. Can you see? I don't know whether you can maybe observe that. And if they can be close together, I'm happy. But now you can see the balls are lesser, and then the score is a little bit. If they can just close that gap, because that is the gap. No, normally they say it's a it's a scoreboard type of pressure. They're going to see those balls, see the balls, and they think things about. But I think if the guys can think about the balls and the overs, and yeah, 11 overs to go.
Yeah, no, it's a good point that you're making, Teray, as Jason Neiman guides that down to the 3rd man boundary for a single. It's a good point that you're making, and I think, to your point, the Eastern Cape Iinyathi player that seems set to come in next is Shane Dadswell. So it's not going according to the score sheet, because they realize what you've realized, that they need someone who's going to up the pace and quickly get the runs down that are needed. So you get the feeling that the 2 batters that are going in right now, one of them is going to need to take a bit more risk. And that should be Lihle Sizani. As we say that, smashes the ball, Sydney Harbour Bridge. Snyman just finished his over. Now he has to run all the way to the boundary to fetch the ball.
You can see him. I think that body has been getting all the pounding and everything. Because I know he's done well and scored 100. Now you can see when he's running in, the body just telling him.
Yeah, like we opined, it's Lihle Sizani that's most likely going to take the mantle of the aggressor in this partnership from now on. Partnership that is on 94. That's bound to be a wide, and the umpires adjudge it to be so. That's 5 runs essentially of just 1 ball. Sizani plays the ball and it goes for 4. That's a brilliant shot from Lihle Sizani. Waited for the ball, used the pace and hit the ball over the man at short fine leg. And it's great variety from Sizani, showing that if you're the aggressor, it doesn't mean you have to be aggressive. You just need to get the runs needed.
Well said. 175 for 2. 175 for 2 after.
Tries to do it again, but this time doesn't get as much contact. And it's gone. Hendrickson takes the catch and Sizani goes. As quickly as he goes, Shane Dadswell is already halfway up. Brilliant innings from Lihle Sizani. Goes at a time when you felt like he needed to pick up the pace. Goes for 61 of 73 balls, 6 fours. Was a good effort from the young man. Gets a well-deserved round of applause at Buffalo Park. There's so much more in store for this young man. He's going to be a stalwart in this team for a very long time. Now then, the Mpumalanga Rhinos have got the breakthrough that they needed. But how much joy will they find in finding out that it's Shane Dadswell that's coming in?
I don't know whether you know that Shane is coming there. He's coming from Mpumalanga Rhinos. He played there. At least he knows most of the bowlers.
Interesting perspective that you've just enlightened us with here, Terry, that Shane Dadswell is a former Mpumalanga Rhinos player, perhaps with a point to prove that they allowed him to leave. Gets off the mark straight away. Man is on the edge of the circle, so it's easier to take that single. Jason Neiman, yeah, tasked with a role of being the anchor of the innings, because in no partnership in the world do you expect Shane Dadswell to be an anchor. You expect him to bludgeon the ball.
Indeed.
Well cut from Jason Neiman. Fielder's got a job on, and he is not able to keep that ball in. Jason Neiman, risk-free, gets another 4 for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. And that's how we end the over. Over with the breakthrough for Maupa. Maupa's been expensive. He's gone for 31 of his 4 overs, but he got the all-important wicket of Lihle Sizani, who was looking extremely dangerous.
You were talking about I don't know, you used the name Maupa's action. I don't know what you said about it.
I said it's unique.
Unique, yeah. Okay.
Unique bowling action.
Unique.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, man.
And it seems as if Herman Rolfs is coming back into the attack. Was the first change bowler. Wasn't as effective as he would have liked to have been. Went for just under 6 and over. It's one thing you can't fault Herman Rolfs of his work ethic. He's one of the most hard-working players on the circuit.
Yeah. Has some physique as well.
Dadswell takes him on first up. Mistimes the shot, goes straight to Nonelela Ika, who's standing at the mid-wicket boundary. Mpumalanga, rather, have their best fielders situated on the boundary at the moment. And even when they're walking in, they're not walking in too much because they're expecting the ball to be tried, to be hit over them. Sensible batting that day from Jason Neiman. If the single is there, you must take it.
Spot on. What I was thinking of doing, as I mentioned earlier on, I think normally the first 2 balls you have to go for it, and at least if you can get a boundary, that'll be great. First 2 balls or first 3 balls, then later on you can. Yeah, there must be. There must be.
That's a wide. Umpire took a long time to make that decision. It looked like it was a blatant wide.
I mean, you have to capitalize on the first 3 balls, and then if you can't get any boundary, then you can get. But there must be a boundary each and every over now.
Dadswell gets a single. It's interesting to see that the field doesn't change. They've got a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket. Sweeper on the offside and a very square third man, suggesting that he should be bowling back of the lane.
And then the weather is like nice, and I don't think it's gonna come anytime soon. And the weather is lovely, nice sunshine, good day of cricket. The guys are looking good.
East London. East London weather can make you cry and make you laugh. All in the same day.
Just like a PE weather.
Oh, it's even worse that side. Once more, that should be a wide and is adjudged to be so by the umpire. Herman Roster isn't really helping the cause of the Mpumalanga Rhinos. It was around this time that the Eastern Cape Iinyathi bowlers as well started making unforced errors, bowling too many wides. Is it perhaps a case of fatigue setting in? Oh, smashes the ball, but straight to the fielder. Does well.
We might not see the effect of that 10-minute break and that 15-minute break did to the bowling side and the batting side. I think that was an effect from that as well. I think the guys thought about it and they wanted to be in, they wanted to be there. And
the wind is picking up
and then
slightly.
Yes, and then the umpires didn't know what effect that caused to the bowling side, to the batting side.
And that's how we end the over. It's 188 for 3 after 36 overs. Just a reminder, as Dere was mentioning there, we did lose 5 overs. According to that, because of that rain delay. And the umpires now have signaled the power play, the third power play. "71 runs needed of 9 overs. It's a very achievable total, very achievable target. But at the same time, for the Mpumalanga Rhinos, they do have the right set of bowlers to get them over the line.
The co-cast from the senior players, the bowler, Snyman, Mayet, chatting to the guys there, Mayet, number 4, Snyman, chatting to the bowler, saying, listen here, what do you guys think? Nice co-cast there. Guys thinking about what the plan is, what they're supposed to do, and yeah, at least there must be 4 in and 5 players out.
Yeah, of those 9 overs, you'd like to think 5 will be coming from Hendrickson. Well played by Jason Neiman, finds the gap, but there is a man in the sweeper boundary. Hands the strike over to Shane Dadswell. Dadswell has enough time to find himself at the crease to adjust. And he knows himself is very capable of clearing the boundary with ease. And that's why the Rhinos have 3 man. Oh, I don't know what just happened there, but the fielder decided to lob the ball to the stumps where Jason Neiman was nowhere to be seen.
Katrada, the keeper, didn't run in because that ball came quickly to the fielder and the fielder could not have a shot. All he wanted to do just to lob the ball back to the keeper.
all that showed was that Shane Dadswell is willing to experiment and show some ingenuity when it comes to his shot, to his stroke making.
With me, you can nick off the ball there to go for 4. You can beat that guy. The guys they want to force it out there. I mean, there are lots of players there. I mean, you're running down, going across. See now he's hitting the ball. He's hitting the ball straight to a player.
No chance for 2 there. Shane Dadswell has a bit of a scare, but he goes back and is safely back in.
Yeah, I'm saying if you run it down, outside of step, you run it down, you beat the keeper, it's 4 runs. And then you go across, all right, put it down the leg side, it's 4 runs. See, that one is too big, thick edge, thin edge, poof, and it comes straight there for 4. You definitely need boundaries.
Five singles in this over. It would be a perfect way for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi to finish with a boundary. Also for the Mpumalanga Rhinos, they'd be happy if this was another single, because it keeps scores in the same position that they were in at the start of the over.
I didn't mention that. Yeah, I didn't mention that. At least if you guys getting singles all the time, when the boundary comes, at least you're in a good.
Oh, fortuitous runs for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. The ball hit the stumps, and there was no one backing up. So they get 2 easy singles, 2 easy runs there. And now the score is 195 for 3 after 37 overs. They need 64 of 8 overs. At some point, you feel as if they need to pull the trigger on one of the bowlers.
Yes.
And these last 8 overs, you expect to be bowled by Hendrickson and Herman Roofs. So it's a case of pick your poison, because Herman Roofs is no slouch. Long discussions being had between
Another caucus meeting between the senior player, Snyman. It is that body is nice and so you can see. Shot, Jason.
Jason Neiman
4 runs, Neiman.
pierces the gap and he gets to his 50 in glorious, glorious fashion. Didn't even raise the bat, Jason Neiman, not acknowledging his personal milestone. Showing that he's willing to fight for the cause of the team. And it also releases some of the pressure on Shane Dadswell, as the boundary has already been achieved in this over. So Dadswell can play.
200 up, guys.
And the 200 is up for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. 200 for 3 of the 38th over. As I was saying, it's less pressure on Shane Dadswell because the boundary's already been achieved in this over. So anything else is a bonus. Smashes the ball to the boundary, but Snyman not showing any signs of fatigue at the moment. Saves it and he keeps it down to 2. Had the wherewithal, did Snyman, to release the ball before going over the boundary. Tries again, this time no chance. Hits it to the cow region. bisect Snyman and Nonelela Yuka. Oh, brilliant. Slow ball bouncer. Didn't pick it. We did say in his previous over that Herman Rolfs plays until the hair falls off his back. And it looks like now he has given it his all. And it's not a very good thing to hear when you're tired as a bowler and you hear the batter saying, "Can we get a change of gloves? I don't feel like I'm hitting the ball as cleanly as I should." Tries to bounce him again. That's surely one for the over. And he's going to get 2 runs. Good running from Shane Dadswell. And that's how we end the over. It's 208 for 3 after 38 overs. The Eastern Cape Iinyathi much closer than they were at the beginning of the over. 51 needed of 42 balls. Partnership has raced to 33 runs. And as promised, Matthew Fourie, the diligent 12th man of the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, delivering the new gloves for Shane Dadswell. Jason Neiman is going to be facing Henriksen. And that's going to be a nice battle because Henriksen is going to be trying to make sure that Neiman stays on strike for as long as possible. But as is shown in this innings, Jason Neiman, he's no slouch when he has to hit the boundary. And he's been able to take the pressure off Shane Dadswell so far. Mpumalanga Rhinos moving a few chess pieces around the board. Oh, what a shot from Jason Neiman. Goes for 4 behind point. Behind the backward point region. Opens the face of the bat. Waits for the ball. Plays it late. No chance for the fielder. Once more, that's the first ball of the over, and they've already gotten their 4, and it releases the pressure. It puts all the pressure on the Mpumalanga Rhinos bowler, Henriksen. Once again, some players being moved around here for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. They have 2 sweepers on the offside now. Making the ploy as obvious as it possibly can get. There are 4 fielders on the offside that were standing on the boundary for Jason Neiman, and Henriksen was obviously going to bowl that ball very, very wide on the edge of that wide line. Jason Neiman actually did well to get to that ball. But the field changes again for Shane Dadswell. gets the full toss. He wasn't ready for it. He rues that missed opportunity. Throws his head up, his head back. But it's 3 overs already in the 3 balls already in the over, and the Eastern Cape Iinyathi have already got 6 runs. It's make or break time now in the game. And the fielders need to stay on the mark. They need to stay sharp. He's going to bowl wide. Jason Neiman does as it's supposed to. He moves across and makes sure that he hits the ball to the area where he can get the easy run. Brings Shane Dadswell back on strike with 2 balls left in the over. Once more, the captain Mayet moves from mid-on to the long-on boundary. Oh, what a ball. It went like lightning, and Shane Dadswell was not expecting that at all. It was a bluff from Hendrickson. He took the man from the mid-on area to the long-on area, and then he bowled outside off stump. And Dadswell wasn't expecting that. Nice to see that the bowlers are still using tactics instead of just bowling the ball. Oh, finally gets a hold of him. Steps across, hits the ball over the mid-wicket boundary. That's a flashy 6 from Shane Dadswell. And that's how the over ended for the Mpumalanga Rhinos, with a 6 being hit by Shane Dadswell off the bowling of Hendrickson. Shane Dadswell coming back to haunt his former team, the Mpumalanga Rhinos, and being a potential hero for his current team, his current home, the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Now it's looking very, very dire for the Rhinos. Nonelela Yika putting on a shift here, running all the way from mid-wicket on the opposite end to mid-wicket on the opposite end of the boundary. That's quite some shift for the young man from Chabo. Oh, Jason Neiman just throwing his hands at the ball, and lucky for him, the ball just bounced short of the man standing at short third man. Perhaps the variations should have been employed way earlier on in the game by the Mpumalanga Rhinos bowlers. Travels, but it hits. The sweeper does his job. He sweeps up on the offside, and that only goes for 1 run. 2 balls in the over, 2 runs, and for the Rhinos right now, a wicket, a dot ball, everything is needed because the Eastern Cape Iinyathi basically need a runner ball. It's easier to find the singles now for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi because all the fielders are on the edge of the circle. And it's counterproductive, in all honesty, for the Mpumalanga Rhinos because they're trying to keep the run rate down, but at the same time, it's a catch-22 situation. Because at the same time, they also need to protect the boundary. Dadswell goes for it, Taken by Herman Rose on the long on boundary. That's a brilliant catch. He had to judge everything there, and he did it to perfection. That's a big spanner in the works. Short stay. It's a short stay for Shane Dadswell, but he did the damage you'd like to think. And for the new batter coming in, Iinyathi Malika, it's just about playing a supporting role for Jason Niemand. And that's a big wicket. A big wicket for the Mpumalanga Rhinos. They needed that. And you do kind of want to ask yourself, did he really need to go for it? They were almost at a runner ball. The singles were on offer. He could have waited for the easiest ball to hit. That will be very encouraging for the Rhinos. And you can see how intense the team talk is between the Rhinos players now. They can smell it. They can smell hope in the air. But that wicket brings to the crease Iinyathi Malika, the number 30, the wicket-keeper batter for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. And with him comes back the dynamic of the left-hand, right-hand combination that we haven't really seen since the opening partnership ended.
Yeah, can you see now with what I was talking about, the comparison between the balls and the thingy? It came down nasty, and at the moment there's no pressure. You just have to get the singles going, and that's it. I mean,
and that really is the case, Terry. Now you have to ask yourself, was there really a need for him to try and go for the big one if the option of just knocking the target down or the runs down by singles was there?
yeah, no, there was no, I mean, there was no thingy to just to go for it. I mean, everything was down to that played well.
That's the end of the over. Over brings a breakthrough. Score is 224 for 4 after 40 overs. The Eastern Cape Iinyathi need 35 runs to win of 5 overs. You've seen crazier things happen in cricket, so you're never, ever allowed to say it's a done deal.
No way.
I believe the Proteas were in a similar situation last year at the World Cup versus India. They were 4 wickets down, needed 35 of 30 balls, and somehow found a way to let that game slip through their fingers.
I don't think it's going to be like that today. But, as I mentioned earlier on, when Jason Niemand, there's mother cricket. When Jason Niemand said, sorry Mr. M, but the 6 runs, that will count, I'm telling you.
So what you're saying is, Dere, Jason Niemand, in a situation where he didn't have to, decided to be a good sportsman, showed good sportsmanship, and signaled that it was a 6 to the umpire who was unsure at the time. Oh, and then he plays a very good shot. There's a chance for 2 runs there, but Jason Niemand smartly sends back Iinyathi Malika, who was never going to make it. You're saying that since he did something like that, Mother Nature's going to reward the Eastern Cape Iinyathi?
That's where I learned cricket. That's how I learned cricket. That's how I understand the game of cricket. If you cheat, you're gonna get wanted. You're gonna get found out. If
You're going to have a lot of explaining to do, Terry, if the
No.
Eastern Cape Iinyathi don't win this match.
that's how I know.
Now then, Henriksen to Malika. Malika does wow.
2.
Chance for an easy 2 here. Played it behind square. Trusts himself to play on the legs, Malika, as most left-handers do. Everything that's on the legs, the left-handers prefer. Field here for Malika. He's got one man, Nonelela Yika, on the cover boundary, and then 4 fielders on the leg side.
All right, bro.
Malika's gonna go for 2, yeah, and it's
yeah.
gonna end up being an easy 2. Everyone in the Mpumalanga Rhinos team decided to appeal, and no one went after the ball. Malika making his intentions clear here. He's trying to hit the ball over the mid-wicket boundary, the longest side of the boundary, the longest boundary of the field actually. Hendrickson, making a mistake there, bowling the ball down the leg side. Well done from the keeper, Katrada. There's 1 ball left in the over.
No. 3.
Sorry. Once again, it's easy for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi batters to scamper through for a single there because the fielders from the Mpumalanga Rhinos are hugging the 30-yard circle. No one is actually walking in that much. So it's the kind of situation where, again, you ask yourself, isn't it better for them to just knock the ball around for singles and then wait for that bad ball? Well played, Jason Neiman. Sensible play from the former Eastern Cape Iinyathi captain. Something that we haven't mentioned, Ray, is that the Eastern Cape Iinyathi have been building over the past 3 years since the professional setup started.
Good shot.
Brilliant shot from Malika.
Good shot from Malika.
No chance. No chance for the fielder at Longhorn.
Good shot from Malika.
And for the first time in the game, Eastern Cape Iinyathi need less than a runner ball. As I was saying, the Eastern Cape Iinyathi over the past 3 seasons have been building a team that's full of leaders. And a player like Iinyathi Malika and another player like Jason Neiman, they've been there since the very beginning because they knew that it was imminent for players that they started with. Players like Jerry Ngolo and Marco Murray, Papama Fojela. Those players were soon gonna retire or leave for other teams, and they needed to make homegrown leaders. And it's a marvel to see players like these who grew up in the system not so long ago now acting as leaders.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, a guy like Marco Murray, he's been a leader coming from my club, playing the border sides, and Malika as well has been so outstanding. Jason Neiman, he's been the captain of Border and captain of Iinyathi for quite a long time. So Jerome Bosser comes in, a young player, and there are lots coming, even from the school setup. That's why
It's not a wide array because Jason Neiman premeditated the shot, and it was supposed to be a wide, but he got the inside edge. It would have been better served if he had tried to play the conventional sweep there.
Yeah.
Snyman has put himself back onto the attack. And you did mention that Herman Wolfs was tired, was looking tired. One of our production guys did mention here that Herman Wolfs was looking tired, and it was a good observation because he's taken off the attack. Oh, takes the quick single. And unfortunately for the Mpumalanga Rhinos, the throw wasn't accurate enough, and Iinyathi Malika survives. And it was gonna be out. Once again, Jason Newman finds the gap. Nonelelo Ayika gets there. He's one of the few players that you wouldn't want to test. And perhaps two Eastern Cape Iinyathi batters, knowing him so well, as soon as they saw that it was Nonelelo Ayika, they decided to stop.
I mean, you must understand your field as well. You must know who's the quickest in the field.
Oh, gimme ball, but it's hit straight to the fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Eastern Cape Iinyathi need a runner ball. One ball left in this over. Once again, it's a situation where if you were the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, you wouldn't want to take any risks like that, where the ball could go straight to the fielder, and it's taken! It's taken! Jason Neiman with an ill-advised shot. He loses his wicket, throws his head back, looks at the heavens and asks himself, what did I just do?
Do you need to do that?
A great chain of events that's set to unfold here over the last 3 overs. Jason Neiman unable to see his team over the line, and it brings to the crease Jade de Klerk. Jade de Klerk had an off day with the ball, but he still managed to get 3 wickets. But being a two-way player, he'll be backing himself to help Iinyathi Malika take the team over the line.
Just asking myself, do you need to do that? To play that shot? You can see the situation, everything lies on our hands, you can do it.
Yeah, we had mentioned it quite a few times, Dare, here in commentary, that sometimes the players in this game have been getting out with a ball that they don't read, with a shot, playing a shot that they didn't really need to play, especially in that kind of situation. Yes, the Eastern Cape Iinyathi have more security with a player like Alindile Mhletywa in there. But did it really need to get to that point? Does it really need to get to that point? And for the Rhinos, you've got a player like Maupo who's been bowling well. And here he is now to Malika. And Malika flashes at that ball, misses it. And suddenly the pressure is back onto the whole team. Cramped up is Iinyathi Malika. Brilliant bowling from Themba Maupa. You sense that Malika is going to try and play a release shot here and perhaps might lose his wicket if he tries. There you go! That is a brilliant flick off the hat. That was brilliantly.
That was a good shot from Malika. I think he's done extremely well there. He picked up the ball nicely. Two 46 for 5. It's Iinyathi, Eastern Cape Iinyathi. That's good shot from Malika. Great. Nice play. That's a good chase here from the Iinyathi, Eastern Cape Iinyathi. What happened is that it's a good thingy for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Good running between the gaps between the two guys, Jade and Iinyathi Malika. I think they're looking good.
It also speaks to the pressure that the Eastern Cape Iinyathi were under. Malika tries to go for it again, but he's gone. He's gone. Tried one too many. Loses his wicket. And it brings to the crease the debutant, Alindile Mhletywa.
Yes, Alindile, I think he's going to finish it off, and he's done extremely well. And in the inter-squad game, and he knows he's been here. He's been a campaigner in this format, and I think he's done extremely well.
In the absence of Thobile Hletuka, who's with the CSA emerging team for this competition, the Eastern Cape Iinyathi have managed to rope in a gem from the province. That gem comes in the name of Alindile Mhletywa, a man formerly of the Warriors and a man who won promotion with the Tuskers. He's very experienced. Jay de Klerk is on strike. The Eastern Cape Iinyathi need 11 runs of 12 balls. Once more now, the Mpumalanga Rhinos need to make a couple of tough decisions, Dare. Do they bring in the fielders to stop the runs, the singles, or do they keep them out and hope that Jay de Klerk or Alindile Mhletywa tries to go for a 6?
At the moment, I think you don't need to put yourself under pressure. All you have to do is to make sure that you just play each and every ball on its merit.
Yes, Terry, but on the side of the Mpumalanga Rhinos, do they bring the fielders in or do they keep them out?
They keep them out.
But when you keep them out, stuff like that happens. And the Eastern Cape Iinyathi are going to be able to just knock singles off until they win?
If that's the case.
As the 250 comes up and a wide ball is bowled by Julius Neyman. Makes up for that wide delivery, does Neyman. Backs it up with a dot ball. Puts the pressure back on Jay de Klerk. Jay de Klerk is going to get an easy 2 runs here. And he has. Brings the crowd to their feet as the pressure was starting to pile up. Even a single is celebrated. Oh, the pressure, it's palpable. You could cut it. The tension you could cut with a knife. A short run of that previous delivery. Tension you could cut with a knife. Alindile Mhletywa is on strike. And that's the end of the over. 6 runs needed of the last over of the game. A reminder that the Mpumalanga Rhinos got to 282 of their 50 overs. The Eastern Cape Iinyathi were going along nicely, but we lost 5 overs of this game due to a small intermission caused by the rain. And now we find ourselves in a situation where the Eastern Cape Iinyathi are chasing 258. Now decisions need to be made. Taringos, where do you go from here if you're either team?
Listen, at the moment you don't put pressure on yourself. A bad ball is going to come, a wide is going to come, and you need run a ball. You just have to make sure that when it comes, you play each and every ball on its merit.
And the side of the Mpumalanga Rhinos, how do they navigate defending 6 balls, 6 runs from 6 balls? You've got a player of Jade de Klerk's caliber
You can see,
and Lindile Mhletywa.
yes, you can see that everybody now is around the circle, the inner circle. They're looking to those singles. They must make sure that they're cutting those singles. But you cannot cut those singles now because there's a lot of space in the thing.
Jade de Klerk decides to dispatch the first ball of the over for a 4 and eases the pressure of the Eastern Cape Iinyathi. Sends the crowd wild. Sends the crowd wild. The Mpumalanga Rhinos fielders, hands on their hips, as you can see that their body languages have given up. Can he finish off in style, Jade de Klerk? Or can Hendrickson throw a spanner in the works? Jade de Klerk, they go for the quick single. 1 run needed of 4 balls. Alindile Mhletywa on his first game, in his first game, has the chance to send the Eastern Cape Iinyathi hopefuls to paradise.
As I mentioned to you about the scores.
To introduce himself to the Eastern Cape Iinyathi fans. And that's how we end the game here. That's how the fat lady sings. 264 for 6 for the Eastern Cape Iinyathi, winning the game with 3 balls to spare. That's quite an emphatic run-up from the Eastern Cape Iinyathi players. Aided along the way by brilliant 50s from Captain Jason Neiman, from Lisa Sizani, Captain Gerald Bozzer actually, Lisa Sizani and Jason Neiman, and ably finished off by Alindile Mhletywa in his first game with a stunning 6. Obviously, that has huge ramifications on the log standings. The Eastern Cape Iinyathi will now obviously leapfrog the Mpumalanga Rhinos in the log. And with their last 2 games being played away against the CSA emerging side and the SWD Badgers, the Eastern Cape Iinyathi well and truly have their momentum back. It was lovely to have you here at Buffalo Park. Lovely to see the crowd supporting the team. And the first thing that the Eastern Cape Iinyathi players did, as soon as the match was finished, they acknowledged the crowd. It's been lovely to have you here with us. It's a raucous crowd here with you, Taringo.
I think the guys have done extremely well, and I've seen all the players waving to all the support from the crowd, from Forte University players and other crowd, and to the crowd here in the long room. It is indeed extremely well to see all the Border Cricket and Buffalo Park community enjoying themselves, enjoying the win that the Eastern Cape Iinyathi has done here at Buffalo Park. This is historical. This is indeed its history at Buffalo Park. Thank you to the players, to the people who've been around, making sure that they're witnessing all the great things. We just want to thank each and everyone, and over to you, Kangesi.
Thank you for having us. We'll see you next time. Hopefully the Eastern Cape Iinyathi will have a home semi-final. Goodbye.